I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. Of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. Calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life. Number 3, coming on up, feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wide.
They want to turn around and say, oh, black men this, black men that, they don't defend us. Black men, allow us to be treated any kind of way. But you present yourself any kind of way. There's no reason as we sit here acting like this and talking reckless like this on an app with people that you don't know. You can get on, you can make your points, and you can get the same point across without sitting back here and being an antagonist.
Yeah, but that's why they do it, because there's no consequences here.
Absolutely. So that's one of the issues that I have. Right. Again, if it's a game is
wide awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake.
They're going to say that you're zesty or you're sus, etc., because you don't allow women to talk to you any kind of way like that.
By repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to your system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind, to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems.
You can't control your emotions as you're triggered. You can't have a civil conversation like a fucking adult should. Thomas got me. We couldn't even get a word. Got me. We don't want to hear your shit.
I accept who I am.
This one, I gotta give the one lady credit. She did.
I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask.
Disrespected. He hasn't overtalked anybody, and you just keep going on and on about him. So I think she was starting.
Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious.
Crash out, along with this other chick.
Negativity flows through me without affecting me.
These women lie, and in real life, what do they end up doing? They end up lying.
As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image.
That will go and fuck up or kill another black man simply because of their fucking lies. Like, this shit is what happens.
The words, quietness of spirit, are
Most of the time, especially with men that have something to lose, have some type of monetary value with, like either money or something.
So what's
definitely gonna come after your money, buddy.
What's the game then? Because if women are so malicious and destructive, what's the optimal game then for the man? Is it to not engage fully, to just, I'm not saying be a beta orbiter, but how do you enjoy the experience without endangering yourself?
Anyone wants to marry not. That's what the solution is. You see them, you hear them, and you walk the other way and don't even acknowledge it. Yeah, it's been working. Yeah, I've been leaving them the fuck alone and then being smart to use them as cannon fodder to prove your point, to show the rest of the world. Like, hey, these motherfuckers are out of control. So more and more.
Somebody said yesterday, the moment you start arguing with a woman, you've placed yourself below her, her and your value is not. Well, I agree with that. Yesterday, I was with a girl, incredibly hot, but, she wants to argue over everything. So eventually I said, you know what, just take me home. I'm going home. I'm giving you your bag. I don't want you spending the night at my place. And, go to any patio in the city and have a good night. And the problem.
There you go. Get him.
Well, see, she's a control freak. She won't even let me drive. She has to be in total control all the time. And I brought her to a great restaurant, and then she said, I am not eating here. You have to take me somewhere better. And I said, fine, I'll make you happy. We'll go to this place. It's better. We get there. There's no parking. So she wants to park illegally. 2 days ago, she was towed for parking illegally, but yet she wanted to park again illegally. And then she started asking me, am I parked right? I said, this isn't even a parking spot. And then some Mexican guy smoking a cigarette started screaming at us. I said, you know what, just take me home. Like, I don't even want to be with you. So the thing, I had to argue a little, but so that means I'm still a bitch. Like, I let this woman, wrap her tentacles around me and mind control me, and she has cats. She's a toxoplasmosis, early Alzheimer, sufferer. And the thing about a cat woman is they think that toxoplasmosis will also infect and parasitize their male victims that support their bad behavior. I am complete.
Boy, I'll tell you where you fucked up, boy. I'll tell you where you fucked up. The minute she started complaining about the restaurant
wasn't adequate, and you folded and said, "I'll take you somewhere better," that's where you fucked up, bro. You should have just cut it off. The minute she said, "I don't like this," or started complaining, bro. All right, well, bitch, bye. Bye. This is what you get. Take it or leave.
Yeah, I agree. I thought about that too.
Just across the road from White House.
Is that Tuna Boy? And what you've had to go through, and I apologize for maybe insulting you in the past, because these women are malicious.
My son is not crying. That's what you do. One of those fucking hydra. Apology not accepted. Go kill yourself.
Please, figure out to people that are maybe working effort to marry kids. Probably not going to get a divorce. So, whatever that means, the odds are low, they think they're slim. You have to adapt to that slim. It's how it is. That's why in my age 30s, we don't win. We don't pay it. We don't do more minds. None of it.
Shit, I be dating.
Okay.
I do dating. I do dating.
I forgot.
I'm 31 though. You might be older.
No. I forgot. Yeah, point. Most of me, we learned this year's ago. It ain't enough out here that's worth the while.
But no, see, I do dating differently than you though, Isaac. What I do is, honestly, no, hear me out.
Be finished straight. I'm not
Hear me out.
strategies.
I'm not talking about strategies either. What I'm saying, okay, go ahead. Finish your point and then I'll respond.
Yeah,
Mr. I don't know.
because you, like maybe 7 years ago, we saw the trajectory of where this was going to go. So most of us kept out there. Now, you got the money. If that's what it was, you got the game, or you got the wordplay, don't do the research. That's never good.
So I the way that I date is differently than the way that these niggas date. And I think y'all approach me wrong. When I take a woman on a date, I'm not taking her on a date for anything. Honestly, she just here with me. I was gonna go to this nice restaurant and be eating this nice ass food regardless if she was here with me or not. That's the difference. You niggas don't even go to those places without a woman with y'all. I'll be there by myself. The bartender knows me. The waitress knows me. Shit, I might even have a waitress's number, and she might be looking like, damn, he got a new one with him. I don't know. Y'all niggas just don't know how to date. I think y'all bring too much validity in the dating when, honestly, I'm just here to have a good time, enjoy myself, and have a conversation. I don't know, man. I was going to be here regardless. So that's why I don't have a problem with taking a woman on a nice date. And honestly, that's kind of how me and my girl got to it for real. Like, I took her on a date, but honestly, that's the thing. Even before I even took her on a date, she was bringing me shit when I was a broke ass nigga at my mom's house. I took her on a date because I saw her doing better things with her life. I was doing better things with my life, and I was like, well, shit. We might as well go and enjoy each other. We didn't, already been acclimated with each other. We might as well see what we got going on. I took her on a date and we hit it off. It's not that hard.
So, I was in a PhD's room.
That's nothing. He always gotta have the last word like a woman, bro. I swear. That's not a good trait. That's not a good trait.
It's not a D, bro. It's good. It's all good. It's good pushing. So, I was in PhD's room yesterday, and they were, I guess, trying to help him out with a girl he was trying to talk to or whatever. And basically, he met this girl in some Facebook group, and it was a black lady, and he told the young lady, he wants to take her on a date, like free, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he basically said, I was going to take you to Dave & Buster's. And her response was, I'm a grown-ass woman. I don't do Dave & Buster's. That's for kids, blah, blah, blah. And she also told him that if you're going to get with her, she wants a man that's going to invest in her. She wants to start a an Airbnb company and all kind of stuff like that. Basically invested in her, and the whole stage erupted into whether or not it's okay for a woman to say that doesn't want to go to Dave and Buster's for the first date. So it kind of divulged from there. And I thought it was interesting because again, my personal opinion and my experience is if a girl actually likes you, she doesn't give a fuck where you take her. If she's not into you, she's just trying to feel you out, or if she's not interested in you at all, she will try to dictate where you go. But a girl that is genuinely interested in you, she will follow you into the moon. It doesn't matter.
Facts. I was there too, Thomas, and I told them and PhD, bro. PhD had nothing to do with Dave and Buster's, bro. You just a loser, bro. Everybody can't win, bro. It takes all men to make the world go around. And he's one of those loser guys with a woman is going to approach him first off the bat. Like, what are you going to do for me? Like, nah, bro. I ain't going to lie to you. It's different strokes for different folks, and that shit ain't going to work for him. But like you said, bro, I don't even look at dates like that. I told them that in the room, bro. I take a woman where I want to take her. I'm not giving out suggestions. We just gonna have fun with whatever I put together, and that's it. That's what's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be.
I wish more men moved like that because when you open up that aspect to ask her where she wants to go, she's gonna think that you're unsure, and she don't think that you carry yourself like that in all things where you're indecisive and things like that. So yeah, to my boy PhD, be more assertive when he's looking to take these out. And again, I thought the red flag was even before the whole David Buster situation when she started saying, "Oh, you got well, she had 2 or 3 kids, yeah. And she was like, she's 37 years old with 2 or 3 kids, and she wants you to invest in her. I'm like, invest in you? It's not even investing us, invest in you, And I'm like, again, fuck the Dave Busters. You should have left their ass on red as soon as she said that, in my opinion. But I'm still laughing at that. All this shit. No, it's like, nah, bro. You ain't getting done, she ain't getting done. That's how it goes.
Cash, how you doing? You done?
Hey, Mr. Washington, how are you? I'm good. How are you?
All right, I appreciate you for asking, shorty.
Thanks for inviting me to the stage for the masculinity mansion. There's only like 6 of you guys in here. I guess I'm not.
Yeah, what's up with yesterday? Thunder was up here yesterday. She's trying to chip in the audience today, so.
Okay.
Well, that's why we're glad that you're here to increase the testosterone. That would be her increasing the estrogen, bro. Not testosterone. I know what I said.
Oh, okay.
So what are your thoughts? What on what we're talking about?
Rules and shit. But the title is Black Women Are Liars. I didn't even read the title, Tom. You go ahead and take it over.
Yeah, what were we just talking about? Let me ask you a question. As a woman, do you think? How do you feel? Do you think a guy should tell you where you're going on a date if he's interested in you, or should he give you the opportunity to kind of pick and see where you choose because it's about your comfortability when it comes to a date?
Sorry. So I was looking up different hair appointments to get my hair done as I was listening to you guys, but I guess my issue with this title is like, what's up with the Black women are liars? Like, is it how is it just Black women? Like, I don't know. Like, if she speaks a different language, how would you know if she's lying to you or not? And if she's of a different ethnicity, how would you be able to tell if her lies are real in the beginning? I mean, I don't know. I was actually just watching like a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode. The old one with dark skin on Viv. And one of her cousins.
Yeah, they replaced Aunt Viv.
I know, right? One of dark skin Viv cousins actually married a white man. and they were all cooking, you know, in their mansion, and a white guy, like, I can tell, like, he was so emotionally, like, taking care of her. He was like paying attention to her, and it doesn't really matter what race he is. But yeah, to the topic,
where you want to go, or for him just to choose it? Because what I said is that if a girl genuinely likes you, she doesn't give a fuck with you.
rough environments, for example. So if he takes me somewhere that's got like mosquitoes and I'm gonna be out spots, but that's not really how he lives. That's not really in his tax bracket. Then that's where I have an issue, because it's like you're trying to do something that you're not.
Most guys do that. Most guys will sit back and spend half their check trying to take a chick out to a very fancy restaurant. It's not that deep. If she likes you, she doesn't care. And to your point about, I get some girls that like to be outside. I'm out here working. A lot of girls, that's all they want to do is be outside. I'm like, listen, I'm going to RP. We can go to glamping, but I'm not fucking laying on the ground. Like, I got life fucked up.
Right. Yeah, I'm in Northern California, NorCal, so yeah, I get it. And I think too, like, like out here, you have like Yosemite Park, right? And you've got the redwoods and stuff. So if we're doing a little hike, right? Like, okay.
A little hike,
yeah. Right, like
2 miles into the wilderness. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all, man? My mama told me not to play in the woods. Y'all, go ahead.
Exactly. So if he's, if it's that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, we're gonna see beautiful nature, we're gonna see scenes, we'll get to see, okay, how fit is he? How fit am I? How do we treat each other on the trail? That makes sense to me. But I also think, like, even if he's not up there, right? Like, if he's a really, really attractive guy, he treats people well, and he can afford to take himself those places sometimes, right? If he can afford to take himself those places sometimes, and he's choosing to bring me along with him, that's different than just him showboating and acting like he's something that he's not. Like, I would appreciate him telling me, like, oh, I can do this, sometimes, and I want to take you with me, I kind of do this, like a couple times a year or whatever. Now, if he actually has it like that changes things for sure.
That was my point too, Cash. I was telling these niggas to stop doing that shit and stop, like, just take a woman, kind of like how you said, with you. Like, I was gonna go to this nice ass restaurant with or without you. I was gonna be in this place with or without. Like, the bartender knows me, the waitresses know me. Like, this is my little spot, and I'm just taking you in to see how you act in this environment. And I feel like if men did that more, they wouldn't be having these type of talking points that they be having about dating. To me, and that's just my opinion.
So if you were to, Cash, let me remove the J too, but so Cash, if, let's say a guy, he pulled up on you, he was like, spend some day at you, he said he wanted to take you out. Now again, let's say, just for the sake of conversation, like, his face card wasn't hitting the way that you're used to, but, if he wasn't completely fucked, it wasn't a flavor out here. So, you don't, like, the genuine, like, that traction connection wasn't there, but you weren't completely turned off because at least he had the confidence to come out at you, right? Would you have more resistance to him deciding where he's going to take you if you weren't generally attracted at the jump? Or would it matter? Like, regardless if you're attracted to him or not, you're just going to go along for the ride?
It wouldn't matter to me. I would just go along for the ride. I don't put really that much importance on how people look, though. I go more based on my personality. So if you're not as quote unquote good looking as other people, quote unquote, which I really believe, but you know what I'm trying to say. If that's the case, if your personality's on point and you can make me laugh, we can have a good old time, we can be friends, I can see myself like.
You don't want to be friends with people. You don't want to be friends with people.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. Well, I do think lovers and friends is a good thing. So, me personally, I want to be friends with a person that's also my lover. That's me personally, but I get what you're saying. I know he wants to fight. I'm listening. So, but my point is, personality to me is more important because that's what's going to last longest than looks, I think.
Isaac, we can't hear you. Speak up. Yeah, you're really low, bro.
Yeah, looks are definitely important to a woman, but like to use your specific example, like about his face, like if he's not like a Michael B. Jordan or
Morris Chestnut.
Oh God, yes, Morris back in the day for sure. If he's not that, right, like Jay, come on, girl, you're talking the mature version. You're talking the mature version. But like I would say it's. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So basically, you're looking for compatibility, which is a human thing.
All I was gonna say was it's about the total package, right? So a woman who is treated like a queen or a princess, she's gonna appreciate that more. But looks help. So if you
women are not as critical when it comes to aesthetics as men are, as we are. With that being said, I'm not going to sit there and say that it doesn't matter at all. Now because I see how women react to dudes. Like if they will let a guy say that they find extremely attractive, talk to them certain types of ways. I'm not saying be disrespectful, but they're able to talk to them in different types of ways that guys that are not attractive are not allowed to do. Like if you're we've seen the whole, if you worked in corporate America, you've seen the whole things that they give you, pamphlets that you give you about sexual harassment. You can't, oh my gosh, Shirley, you look amazing this morning. You can't be looking like Flavor Flav and shit like that. You're talking about some shit like, you look amazing this morning. They're gonna look at that as sexual harassment. But if it's like fucking, I don't know, like say Morris Chestnut or fucking, you said Michael B. Jordan or whoever the fuck, Idris Elba, the juices will start flowing then. They won't respond with the same, distaste, if you will, when it comes to a person that they don't find necessarily attractive. I mean, there's got to be some sort of attraction. This is why when I look at, when we have these conversations, like, if a girl is not that into you, she's going to try to get away with shit. What I mean by that, she will make you jump through more hoops than she'll make a guy that she's genuinely attracted to jump through. Is what I'm getting at. Am I jumping out the window, ladies?
No, not at all. You're more so on the back burner. That's how I see it. You're still on the stove, right? But you're on the back burner. Definitely. And plus, he could be. Go ahead. Go for it. Love it.
Would you said like the looks of a man helps getting it up on a man. Would you marry the best looking man walking the planet today, this hour, if he was flipping burgers at McDonald's?
So that's what I was going to say, like to Jay's point and to Thomas's question, like I feel like looks are not everything because say if you're working in an office, dental office, corporate office, what have you, and the head guy is not the most attractive, but he's the head guy and he's kind, you may look at him differently than say the attractive assistant. Likewise, you may be attracted to the attractive male assistant more so than the head of the dentist or the head of the office or whatever it is. So that's what I'm saying. It's not really that. It's not looks. It's not about looks all the time.
Is it about looks?
So for me, like looks are important. Health is important. I mean, I don't know what your religion is or what is your religion or what is your culture?
I'm Armenian, Christian.
Armenian, like the Kardashians, right? So if you're out there, then you probably right. So that's those things are important. Like so, someone may select you based on your grooming versus someone, who's not groomed the best and doing the best, investing in themselves the best way. That's what I'm saying in terms of health and looks.
What I was going to bring up is my experience, because I'm still confused why black men only enjoy of man that you are, and whether they have something to gain out of that. Though majority, but the rest of the women who aren't proficient when it comes to looks are looking for. It can't be ugly, duh. No one wants anything like that, but she is right when she says women are looking for what they fit in rather than, oh my God, it's Chris Hemsworth from 7'2". Well, most girls, but they don't fit. They're definitely not gonna pursue that. Well, most women from my perspective. Go ahead, Jake. No, go ahead.
No, and I was just going to say to piggyback kind of off of what Isaac was saying, where they might not look their best, where they might not, be operating at their full capacity, things of that nature. And so to really just focus on looks is really just looking at one aspect of a total, all-encompassing type of relationship you can have. And that's why I think, personally, for me, personality and integrity, character, those things really matter in the long run.
Let me spice this up a little bit for y'all. So some of you guys have heard me ask this question before, some of you haven't. So for the ones that haven't, welcome up. So to the ladies, this is for the ladies. You have two doors. Okay. Behind door number one is your dream man, aesthetic perfection in your eyes, whatever you believe, okay, that is the most aesthetically pleasing man to your eyes, that's behind door number one. Now, here's the catch. This man, he works at McDonald's. He wants to flip burgers for Krabby Patties forever. He doesn't want to be a manager. He doesn't want to own his own fucking franchise. It's incredible. He has you drooling, eyes rolling back, and toes curling. Okay? Can't keep that shit down. He blows your back out like Michelin tires. It's kind of weak. But he loves you. He takes care of you and things like that. And he's not a looker. He probably has the aesthetics of a Flavor Flav. But he loves you. He tries to take care of you. He does the best that he can. Now, both guys really like you. It's just one has resources and the other one doesn't. And the other one's, again, the other aspect of it is, door number two is weak. He's kind of weak. So, like, which door the ladies choose?
I'm definitely choosing door number two.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah, because with the weak wee-wee, that's hard. Weak wee-wee. But to me, that's something that can be taught, right? Like, you can have a conversation and you can be like, I like this a certain way, or I like when you do this, or whatever. So to me, that's something that can just be learned throughout the course of the relationship. The reason why I would choose the guy who's number two is that not just his net worth, but to me, it's showing that he has goals that he has set for himself and he's decided to achieve them, right? A man, I don't think because a man works at McDonald's, it's inherently a bad thing. But if you work at McDonald's and you just want to stay at the same stagnant position, that's what I personally am not attracted to. Because it's like, why don't you want to get to the next level? Is kind of how I'm seeing it, especially if you want to, if the long-term thinking is to have a family, you have to continue to strive for something more. So that's why I would choose number two.
Okay. Cash, how you feeling?
I wanted to respond to something that Isaac had mentioned. He said something about he doesn't understand why majority of black men are attracted to or date or marry. I'm sorry. Could you
clarify? I said the thing I will never understand is why black men, not all, but a large majority of black men, used to only date just black women only when there's America to indulge in, basically experience, but that's their choice, not mine.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond to that because I get what you're saying. Like, I get where you're coming from. Like, if you're an American, date whoever you want to, right? Date white Americans, black Americans, Armenian Americans, Jewish Americans, don't even date Americans, date whoever you want. I'm okay with that, right? But I think anybody, and like I love to hear Ludwig's perspective, right? It's like when you grow up in certain communities, you generally are attracted to, or you can bond with people who understand, you and your experience, right? So
I'm born and raised in Hampton.
okay, so yeah, and so I don't really know you, right? So I can't really share. I don't really know your experience. I can't share your experience, but usually it's not uncommon for people of the same community to be attracted to and to understand each other, right? So if you see a majority of black men with black women, it's because they probably like the way that they look, they probably understand each other, they probably are maybe even in the same tax bracket, right? If you see white American men with white American women, it's probably because they're attracted to them, they're in the same schools as them, and if you see, because they are in those communities and in those spaces together, right? So, and there are nuances to that too. So it's
Like you're complaining about the problems, not a great look. Go ahead, Jack. You want to say it? Go ahead, you want to answer it? Go ahead.
well, so I do think maybe we can talk a little bit about like what does attraction mean, right? Like what all is attraction?
I'm talking about attraction. Zero.
I didn't say that you were only talking about attraction. You clarified.
It is completely excluded out of the conversation.
But it's not excluded out of the conversation that like Thomas is asking, right? Because Thomas just asked us, the women on the stage, if there were two men behind two different doors, and the first one is attractive, but does not have funds, and the second one is not attractive and does have funds, and they both like you equally. So he's literally asking us an attraction question. So I'm sorry, I wasn't done. I wasn't done saying what I had to say. If you could just let me finish, I'd love to hear what you have to say, because I want to hear what everyone is saying, because I love all the perspectives. What I'm saying is that there's more to attraction than just looks, obviously, and I'm not the only one who thinks that, clearly, because Thomas, who is clearly a black man, not a woman, is asking the women on stage if they're going to pick the person they're more attracted to with less money versus the person that is not the most attractive, that has more money. So that's all that I'm saying.
And Tom's conversations have nothing to do with each other. No, that's his thing. Got nothing to do with what I said.
I'll say this. My whole thing is, Josh's point, why don't these people, with all these different, choices of food out here, why only stick, to, let's say to the steak, whatever. I've been having a lot of conversations with, actual alleged white supremacists or racists, right? And they lose their shit every single time. This is why I put the photo up that I did for my Kitover, because they lose their shit when they claim their women are, sleeping with black men. I saw a guy respond saying the white woman no longer has. So like when they found out, like what's the girl named Cunning, the WNBA player, the white girl that was fighting at the black girl, and all the white people getting behind her, and some of them were getting behind her because like, yeah, fuck niggers and everything else like that and so forth. And then when they looked up her Instagram and found out that she allegedly sleeps with black men, she's a blood shark and everything else. It's not just the black community. I mean, our white community feels that way. A lot of communities feel that way. Asian communities feel that way. So the Indian communities feel that way. Even Hispanic communities, like there's a lot of Mexican men that do not want their women dating black men. And same thing goes for Asians. I've traveled around the world. Japan, the Japanese men do not want, usually their men, their women sleeping with or Pakistani or some of the, we call them the stand niggas, They do not like when black men get with their women. It actually bothers them. And again, I haven't dissected exactly why. I mean, the only thing one of the things I can think of is that they want to preserve their ethno state. And from a baseline, I don't have a problem with that. They don't want their culture, ethnicity to cease to exist. So I don't necessarily think that's a problem. So I said all that because there are black brothers out here that believe the same thing. They feel like every time they see. So that's why I brought that up. So Isaac, to your point, what are your thoughts on that?
That's one thing. Me, I'm not really going for the whole trying to preserve the master race or some shit. Yeah, that's white supremacists too. And the funny thing about black men that actually have some black women so minutes ago was retarded to even bring up. But my point wasn't really towards my group, only with my group. I wasn't really pointing to that. I was pointing towards the growing amounts of black men who are saying something, black woman, and then something. I'm having a problem with. And my question to them is, so why don't you try other women to see how it goes? Maybe you're just not compatible with the vast entirety of black women, which is actually more normal than it isn't. It doesn't matter if you grew up in a small neighborhood, you left that neighborhood, or maybe that just does not fit you as a person. A lot of black men are not, for some reason, either not getting that memo, or if they get it, they're not acting on it. I'm just like, homie, you're screaming to a choir, and that choir is void. Please stop.
What are your thoughts on that, Jay? What are your thoughts on trying to maintain, an ethno state, the master race, whether it's black, Hispanic, white, Indian, whatever? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about interracial relationships in general?
I mean, I'm completely fine with interracial relationships, right? I'm a married woman. I'm married to a white man. So I'm cool with it. I don't really care what other people do. To me, it's always weird that people have so much opinion and judgment over who other people choose to be with. I've always thought that was very weird. I think that as adults, we should be able to have our own decisions on who we choose to be with. And I also think that you were mentioning, Thomas, that when it comes to, I lost my thought. You were talking about, the ethno state, when it comes to people wanting to preserve their heritage. To me, whenever I mention to people that I'm with a white dude, usually the black men are the ones that have an issue, right? And I don't know what it is because I fully don't understand what it is. I guess that makes sense.
Attractive people get with attractive people. It doesn't matter what that race is. Could she have found a nice type of dude? Yeah, she could have found that. You could actually probably get with that if, like he was saying, basketball trade was attractive enough, but college jobs that get with any of them. All types of women. They don't care about those guys. But yeah, when the athlete, black man in college gets with a white girl, oh my God, it's a travesty. He helped them. He was literally a woman possessed.
So like black, white, I'm Asian, for me to like or date outside of my race. And then people are like, it's sort of like weird. I'm like, yeah, but you wouldn't be weirded out if your dad married a black, if your dad married a black man. If your mom is Asian, she would have married like a black billionaire. You would have come to the defense of the black man, right? Because he chose your mom, living a freaking extraordinary lifestyle at only 32. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden, it's like, and black doesn't count. But if it's like, a black man could have been praying, so all of a sudden, everybody gather, bring the church together, and pray for a black man. So, it's like, it's 2026, man. It's like, I don't get the whole thing to make it like, you like the chick, you like big tits in the fast, like, excuse me, I'm a man, can helping people, right? That's what it is. And like somehow, like, make sure she's Asian. Like, fuck, I'm not. If she's black, she's gonna be black. If she's white, she's gonna be whatever the fuck she is. I don't understand this.
Well, I think kids in a fat ass too.
You know, Dr. Umar, man, listen, if Dr. Umar heard y'all right now, you'd be having connection. Y'all are destroying it for Dr. Umar right now, okay?
Fuck that guy.
Dr. Umar? The black-white thing in the States, because your history is like completely fucked up regarding what has been done to the black man. So I understand it in the States. If I hear people, excuse me, I hear people talk about like, oh, she has to be black or white or Asian. Hearing her up, it's like you're a freaking idiot. Like it's the least sensible, perhaps continent where it would make sense for you to be like, oh, the person has to be of this origin. In the States, I get it. It's, you know, we sort of condemn what we have done, you know, slavery, the whole messed up history that has been done to the black man. But other than that, I mean, I see a ton of interracial marriages that are like working out perfectly. And skin color is something they actually never bring up. They make everything as if the color defines everything. In 2026, to me, that is crazy.
Well, to your point, like I was saying, Latin and Asian Americans are increasing in, well, marriage in children. Like a lot of people don't know, that is projected to be new ethnicity of these Asian and Latin American heritage. So if this whole skin color or culture or anything else is such an important issue, wired to one of the most culturally exclusive groups, the highest rate of interracial production ever seen in this country, and it is the highest. So,
This is so valid.
exactly.
So I'm looking at, like, just going down the next timeline. Okay, so they're talking about the Cunningham girl from the movie. It says, deport every whore who fucks niggers to Africa. Unlimited savages for these traitorous bitches. See these things crashing out like this. It's fucking hilarious.
I got in the chat, dude. I gotta be something.
Wait, that's the girl that was talking on the black bean? She said that?
It was this basketball girl, named Katie Cunningham.
Oh, okay.
They're going nuts. It is hilarious. But the thing about it is that a lot of these quote unquote white supremacists that have this type of thought process, this is why they don't want to have, you know, a family reunion or show their family reunion, because they know if they shake that motherfucker hard enough, a nigga will fall out. So a lot of the times, a lot of these individuals like are ashamed, and most of these niggas are broke and and are not able to attract the type of women that are getting with these black men anyways. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
It's definitely not looking in that direction.
Just okay.
Yeah, and I don't understand the mud shark thing because like I understand they like mud is for black people, but what's the shark like? White girl sharks? Like I don't understand that.
Yes.
That whole insult.
Yes.
Yeah, but how do you relate a white woman to a shark?
I'll kind of explain sexist white American culture. Shark is an older term that was used for a weaker woman or woman preying upon other men or rich men. They call them sharks. It's related to predators.
I see. That makes sense.
It's still stupid, but that's where it's from.
That is very stupid.
A lot of times it's the fact that they're upset. Again, the wild part about a lot of this stuff is that those women, those white women, the ones that are complaining about them, those who say white women would not be interested in dating them. And that's the problem. You know, it's not, it's, you know, if they were like, what we said, Chris Hemsworth or Brad Pitt or whatever the fuck, maybe. But most of these niggas, you know, sadly, you know, are not at the top of the food chain, they're at the bottom.
Pot belly, they're tall, but they got no chin. They got no chin. Yeah, no one wants you.
That's the wild part about it, because they sit back and I usually go and troll them in their comment section, because I always say, because even some of the white girls that want to be noticed on X doing this too. And I said, listen, sweetie, you're worried about the wrong shit, okay? Again, so one of the guys said, listen, if she fucks black guys, we don't want her back. Y'all can keep her. I said, no, but those wild ass birth rates, you better want her back, bro. You ain't in a position to dictate shit, okay? Wild ass birth rates. You been trying to get everything you can, bro. Because you keep playing this goddamn game, you ain't gonna be here much longer. Y'all gotta get it together. Wild on these social media platforms.
For them, the white boy, white women aren't as shallow as our women. You know what I mean? And they don't really require all that pizzazz and that swag and all that. You know what I'm saying? White women, they tend to be any woman tend to be attracted to the men that they grew up with. It's a handful of us that grow up under that paradigm and then venture out. But most of the time, people grow up being attracted to the thing that they grew up under, right? Their mother, whatever their mother is, whatever their father is, they typically become comfortable with it. But so I say that to say, and I'm a laugh, that white women don't require all that. Like, they actually prefer a motherfucker to be plain, none of that extra shit. You get what I'm saying? They actually respect that more than all the shit that the brother was just saying. They look for, and let me say this one thing, right? I'm actually going to comment on the topic. Say black women are liars and get mad when they can control black men. I wouldn't say all of them by and large, but yes, they can be liars. And yeah, I actually, when they, let me say that they can be liars, and when they do get mad. But let me tell you this, because I've been thinking about this for the last couple of days. And I think the genuine issue in the black community is really the relationship between a man and a woman, right? And I say that, and I think it's predominantly more so a misunderstanding more the woman's side of communication. And let me explain what I mean by that. We as black people, we typically live in a paradigm where the mother is in the household and the father is gone. Now, historically why that became a thing, we ain't gonna get into it. But so what happens is when kids grow up, let's say if a man meet a woman and he have a daughter and a son, and for some reason he out of the household and the mother is raising the kids, what's happening is the man is already imbued with natural instinctive male characteristics. So we tend to grow up understanding women a lot better because we grow up with our mom, you know. But women, they tend to grow up just under women, and they first experience ever dealing with a man is typically when they get to like upper teenage years or older. By that time, they haven't had the practice. It's like if you want to get good at basketball, you gotta go in the gym and practice it. If you want to get good, if you know you're not particularly good at relationships, you gotta constantly. The thing isn't to shy away from relationships. You gotta constantly get in relationships and practice and work at it and work at the thing you're trying to be better at. If you don't exercise that faculty, you'll never get better at it, right? That's just like expecting to go onto a football field and be a pro and not practice, right? But I say all that to say, shit, I lost my train of thought. Let me lie right there.
All right, so let me say this, and then you should just leave the stage welcome. I think a lot of this has to do with what level of woman you're dealing with. Especially like what level of white woman. I know some of y'all have been to the 305, y'all been to Miami. Okay, and they're just as shallow as Hispanics, blacks, and anybody else. When you start dealing with a certain tier of women in general, you start to see their expectations of what they're looking for kind of go up, and they might be more shallow. If you're dealing with an average white girl or an average person in general, yes, things are a little bit different because they're not in that environment. Let me tell y'all something, man. We start dealing with some of these girls that are like in the top, let's say the top 10% of beauty. Don't matter if they white, black, Asian, Hispanic, a lot of them have a certain mindset because they've been groomed for their whole lives to have that type of mindset. But Lolita, what you got? Vote to stage. All right, I'll just land there so anybody else can jump in. Y'all got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to that real quick. Nah, bro, I think it's a cultural issue because you're right. When you get to the upper echelons of beauty like that, women tend to be super shallow and hyper focused on the exterior and the superficial. But in our culture, even our ugly women like that, you know what I'm saying? Even our even they like that, and they expect that unrealistic shit. And it's like when you look over there on the white side, shit, white girls sitting in a cardboard box, right, man? Washing them up, head to toe, get back, do whatever. They don't really care, but I don't take the phone off.
Not a cardboard box. Like,
You laugh, Jay. What you got to say about that?
yeah, I think pretty privilege is definitely a thing, right? And I do think that women who are considered high on the beauty standard, let's say, I do think that they're able to get away with a lot more things that women who aren't. And so, to me, it gives women like that, a lot of them think that real life issues don't always pertain to them because they're able to fall back on having their pretty privilege, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think there is a type of delusion that comes with it with certain women who have that point of view.
See, this is what vexes me too, to Mike's point. And he's right. There are people in control. She can look like Popeye to Sailor Man. But if she got a fat ass, that nigga's gonna be in them guts drooling with no condom. Okay? So I blame myself for some higher women
Some real talk right here.
egos the way they do because they know they have a fat ass, or if they arch that motherfucker in the right way, niggas will lose their shit. They will sit. And again, I was talking about this on sixth stage the other day. That's part of that equation that vexes me. Is that they'll smack and talk crazy, and they'll start back and talk crazy about, the girl in question, and then when nobody's looking, they'll be blowing her back out.
You know what's interesting about having your junk in her guts, and she got that fat ass, and you're blowing out her back, is that a woman is extremely curvaceous, and it's really the spiral nebula in motion. It's the curvature of the Earth, not the flat Earth. What we're trying to say is that women have reverse engineered the man's brain with the curvature of that fat ass. Hello?
That's crazy.
Crazy word.
I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm saying. This is why when I be on stage with sometimes, and this is respectful, but I be hearing niggas talk. I'm like, I know some of y'all that out here that are actual night fighters, out here blowing the backs out of heat bitches, all right? With a smile on your face, bro. With a smile on your face. There's no longer than one sees you, you have no shame. Which is why there are girls that are built like the Michelin tire mascot, looking like a busted can of biscuits, out here thinking they the baddest bitch walking. I blame us. We're the problem, bro. We are the part of the equation that's the problem.
Yeah, that's a bit. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jay. You got it. Good morning. Good afternoon, Jay. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Peace. because they have a fat ass and they're able to pull a guy that looks good, it gives them this false sense of superiority, like I was saying before. And I think a lot of women don't realize that men will fuck a lot of women, a lot of different women, depending on what they look like, right? It's not a.
Nah, sometimes it don't matter.
It's just making them think that they're like the best thing in the whole entire world, because most of them are not.
Draws, we can get it. I mean, we don't live in a feminine universe though. Women, they get catcalled. Women have sex more than us. They just act like they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when you date, 9 times out of 10, you got a main dude she fucking on, and she just going out with you, enjoying your company, your time, because the other dude ain't giving it to her. But nah, yeah, I'm lying right there.
It's called monkey branching. Like, yeah, they got to do, but they're gonna give you a little bit of time to see if you're worth leaving that nigga to latch on you. You know, that's definitely. Because I mean, here's the thing. If you guys watch Kendra G's a great example. When she asks women, when's the last time you've been intimate? If you guys notice those answers, if you watch it,
Yeah.
the overwhelming majority is less than a month. So they're fucking. They're fucking.
Yeah, no, for sure.
One girl said that an hour ago. Oh, one of the fucking episodes. I was like, oh my god, no, she didn't.
Women definitely fucking, you know, and I encountered that when I'm dating, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even get a chance to show what I got. You know, I'm a real sexual. Like, you know, I ain't even got penetration. Make a little orgasm. Nah, for real, you ain't never gave a woman a nipple orgasm? Like, come on, man. Like, you actually know how to finger a woman? Like, you know how to top that spot? Like, listen. But this the problem, because women, they don't give a fuck about that until they actually experience it. So it's like when you talking to a woman or you in that stage or you dating, it's like you can't even make it then because they so fake committed to the dude they fucking. Because usually when a woman can't let a man go, it's usually because of sex. Let's be real. It's usually because of sex. Because if it's money, she usually still don't give a fuck. She'll do her on the side and just take the dude money. But usually when she got somebody that she really that she fucking on and she dating, she usually he providing something that she addicted to. So now I noticed that. Let me land by saying I just noticed that, the point I was making, bro, is that we live in a different universe from them. So we gotta take what we can get. You know what I'm saying? Like, sex ain't that real. Like, yeah, you notice this in the universe. If something is easily obtainable, you don't even value the shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Because sex is so hard and rare for us to obtain, we value it more. So when we get it, we get it. But them, they get it so much, and they can get it whether dude in a relationship or not. They can just get it whenever. So they don't give a shit. Like, it's like they ain't trying to entertain no real. When they got that part, you know, they can find a good man that and the perks outweigh the sex. Like, dude got a lot of money, whatever to get the people. Even then, they still find it hard to let that dude go. You know what I'm saying? So, man, it's just like Babylon right there.
But things like, yeah, not bringing out this point to say we're upset with women, you know, because I mean, just biologically, that's just the place. You know, that's just their place in the world. They get sex offered to them, so they're the ones that control it and have the discretion over it. You know, it's you know, no harm, no foul there. But given the right to, you know, sexual autonomy and making their own decisions and navigating how they see fit, so they have taken control of the game and they no longer control the game, navigating around that in order to find what the fuck we're looking for and be able to pick out these red flags and spot these patterns and, you know, figure out the psychology of the mind in order to get our fulfillment of what we need out of it.
Or you can just say, fuck it, y'all just think we're wasting time. Y'all get that adventure.
We starting to see a lot more men take on that mindset, you know, where they're saying, you know, fuck it, I'm not even fucking with you raggedy bitches at all. I'm gonna go ahead and make my money and shit. I'm gonna make myself attractive in the sexual marketplace, and then then they'll start coming to me, and then I'll have control because now I can dictate who I want. Because chasing these women, it's absolutely in most cases it's futile. This is the problem with most men are having. They're playing by old rules in this new game, and it's just not fucking working. So niggas are like, fine, fuck it, I'm done chasing these bitches because it's just not working out in my favor. I'm wasting a lot of time, a lot of fucking money, and getting zero return on my investment. So I'll build it, and they will come, and then you start to see niggas have more success that way.
That's why I said earlier, looking at black man and black woman, just might not be for a black woman, which is not completely bad thing. Majority of that is for black women. Any evidence that you need for that with all these months saying, I mean, white man. Oh, that's amazing. That's great. So, why are you on social media complaining about all the things you have to do as a black woman being black man? I know they're there because your friend also right? Because that's the system. And we comment on your posts. If not, you're talking at this point, it's just, what's going on on social media? And there's like one black man complaining about being married to a white man. What you want? People does. So, but the point is, black men are going to have to accept this. Your grandfather got nothing to tell you because he don't know. And your daddy sure as hell, he ain't got no solution. You mind what these women for. And there's nothing there for you to move on. You don't beg, steal, or try to know all of that shit. Because the more time you waste, the less time you actually have to live a real life. I'm sorry. We were all lied to. These told us, yeah, you need to focus on getting your money up and get a woman. No, you need to focus on getting your money up so you can live a great life. They all lied to us, every single one of them. And anyone that said that shit today is still lying to you. Life as a man, as a black man, ain't about fucking woman. Life as a black man is appreciating fuck shit our predecessors went through so we can actually experience and have more time in this fucking country. That is what the fuck we really are supposed to do. All this things that, if it ain't useful to you, fuck them. You don't care if the grandma's screaming at you, fucking period.
Isn't the whole perspective essentially that we are all kings in America and women are all queens, but there has to be... Well, I mean, I'm talking about politically and philosophically because we value the self to such a high degree that everyone's individual existence is considered, sacrosanct. We have no slavery. We have debt slavery. If you don't pay your child support, they will put you in prison. So we value the individual self to such a high degree that, to me, the analogy or the analog is that every man is a king and every woman is a queen. However, if you want to be a king or a queen, you actually have to embody it. You have to act it. You have to be it. You have to breathe it. And the truth of the earth is that it's not flat. It's curvaceous. Just like that beautiful prime rib roast, those turkey drum legs. The last thing I'll say, and I'll be succinct, is that I have heard there's a secret about the earth, and it starts with the first three letters of earth. Ear, listen. If a woman can't use her ears and she can't listen, she's not a queen. Even if she's got a great ass, I am complete.
I'm talking black men need to realize why the fuck they had the title black men are lying.
Did I even get any laughs on that? I did get a couple laughs.
What the fuck make you think some sort of relationship is gonna come out when two people are forced to be together? That is fucking nothing. That's how this shit is. They have never been a so-called woman or out or whatever. And we don't belong to them either. The difference is they realize that they're acting. So if you want to stay stuck in the past, only listen to all these dumbasses. And when they're screaming and you're trying to figure out why you're going crazy at night, remember, your ancestors sacrificed so you can have life, not someone else.
So anyway, there's sacrifice, black, white. If you're in America, your ancestors sacrifice. I mean, like, going back to Book's point about things that affect everybody, i.e. listening, I agree. I think that men and women who use their ears, we have two ears and one mouth for a reason, right? I think that the more we all try to listen to each other, the better we'll have an understanding of exactly.
Yeah, actually, again, to Book's point, people say, well, actually, not to his point. He just said, like, value, like something about value in the soul. I don't think that's humanity's issue. I think we come out valuing the soul. I think that's automatic. If we didn't value the soul, things like survive, we want to have certain survival instincts and fight or flight, these type of things wouldn't exist, right? We didn't value the soul. Like, we look for something that's not your soul. You get what I'm saying? That's usually the highest form of compassion. When you see somebody going through a time and you can kind of ease their burden a bit and you show a little bit of compassion or whatever the case may be, that's what life means. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, so this the point I'm arguing. I'm like, I don't think really the issue is people valuing themselves. I think they actually overly and highly value themselves. I think people need to actually get out that box and start to value other people. Then and only then will we change as a community. Let me say this one last thing. Let me help the ladies out, man. Because what we deal with, man, because we hyper emotional as a culture. It's just us, man. That's what gives us our creative flair, spark. This is the energy that runs the world. We just super hyper emotional, right? So our women are as well, right? So what happens is women who grow up from babies through their adolescent years, they don't know what it's like to experience the energy of a man. They're not used to it. So when they grow up and they get a man, and a man even so much as show any type of masculine energy whatsoever, the new modern women, not your grandmother and them, because they knew what it was like. That's why they stuck around. Because they knew men. They grew up with them. You know what I'm saying? Even when they were slaves, they grew up with men. It was like a household. So it was like these new modern women, because they don't grow up with men, when a man show any type of authority, it's like they instantly get hyper emotional. Like, who the fuck you think you trying to control? Oh my God! It's like, but if they grew up with a father, 9 times out of 10, they have a little bit more patience with a man. You get what I'm saying? So I think, and we might blame the fathers for not being there, but let's be realistic. Gatekeeping is a serious problem in our community. The women hold the key, especially in this reality, in this paradigm with the government against us and all that. If women stop gatekeeping the kids and let them grow up around their fathers for reasons I just said, then I think our community will start to automatically unify and come together, man, because it's like speaking another language. I'm saying this language. When women grow up with fathers, they grow up learning how to speak a man's language. But when they grow up with no father, it's like trying to learn Spanish and English. You're like, you be the Hispanic partner and they don't speak your language and you just trying to, but I'm a lie right there. Like, so
black men who are actually fathers. It's not a lot. At the very bare minimum, 31%. And how is this collected? Well, across the amounts of black men are around 25, let's see, I think 12%. And then the moment we start going down in ages, the population numbers decline. So the problem is they would really almost say, oh, the woman being so-called great. It's around the fathers. Most of these men will never have a black woman or interact with one day in their life ever again. Once they left the parents' house, I would say no more interactions. The issue is there's no. You live in a neighborhood, okay, that's fine. There is no countrywide view. That's not a thing. That has not been a thing for a long time. And whether people want to admit it or not, there isn't a reason. People are choosing based on nothing to do with when you're bringing up what they want. So that's what that means. If what they really want has nothing to do with old black culture of any type, it's not going to happen. Whether they have kids or not, that's nothing.
So, the definition of a king and the definition of a queen is you actually have to be responsible for people under a legislative jurisdiction. So, I guess I'm confused to think about, like, especially, like, if you're an American, you know we don't do that. Like, that's why we don't have a king. We have a president, and we have a system of checks and balances. Nobody is out here calling themselves kings and queens because we don't do that in the United States. Like, people come to the United States for a better life. Like, nobody's coming over here to be a king and a queen. No, nobody's doing that. So I don't know why.
I don't mean literally.
I guess this is my first time hearing someone say everybody in America is a king. But here's what I will say, though. I will say that a lot of Americans are living better than a lot of people in other countries. I can't say that. Like, America has we have a really, really great system that supports a lot of people, whether we work or not. Like, we have systems set in place for people on the whole that a lot of other countries just don't have. So if we're talking about it from that perspective, like, I think Isaac was mentioning he believes that black men can't be fathers or whatever it was. Now my dad is black, and I have a lot of men of different cultures who refer to me as their niece, their cousin, and everything else. A lot of wonderful black men and men of other cultures.
The vast majority of black men are not fathers. So that point doesn't really go forward to bring it up. That's what I would stop with.
So one thing I'm not going to do is argue semantics. But what I will get to is I'm going to do something you haven't done, and I'm going to get straight to the point. The point of it is America is not a monarchy, okay? And so if people are calling themselves kings and queens, I'd like to understand where that's coming from, right?
Yeah, I can explain that
We have
when
a
you're done.
system of checks and balances. That's all that I'm saying. So if someone can answer that question.
Yeah, I'm just, for the sake of the argument, I'm just trying to take it out as far as you can take it out, which is basically the analog would be king or queen. And obviously you could LARP and do cosplay and be a king or queen, but you wouldn't have the psychological and intellectual, the knowledge, the intelligence to actually be a king or a queen. Because you gave us the strict definition, which is a legislative extension, meaning it's a hierarchy. All I'm trying to get at is, in terms of knowledge and wisdom and intelligence, That's what a real king and queen is. That's why my name is Book, baby. Because I read the book. The book makes you irresistible, baby.
It actually speaks to my point, though. In order to become a king or queen, you have to be responsible for individuals outside of yourself. It ain't about, glorification of the self. It's about, everything but you. Selflessness. That's what it really means. True selflessness. So it's like, when she read the definition of what a king and queen was, it kind of lined up with what I was saying initially. Like right there. Most people in our community aren't selfless like that. We are selfish, and this just, this don't apply to you, but you know what I'm saying? But we just selfish, man. And when we like even in the situation I was talking about with the women gatekeeping with the kids, you know what I'm saying? If women understand first and foremost, kids are the future, and I'm not just saying that because your school said. I mean it metaphysically. I mean, the children that you create is a reincarnation of you. You might not look at it because you're like, damn, we both happening at the same time. It doesn't matter. Time doesn't work like that in the universe. You are literally, your child is living its life. That is you in the future living your life as well. So if people put more, and that's why they do this reality set up like this economically, because they want you focused on, if you're worried about your damn self and getting this job. I just had this conversation with my sister. That's why I'm sharing it with y'all. Because my nephew going through thespian school and all that. But anyway, I was telling her basically that she needs to focus on him. Because she was like, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna get back and forth? I gotta work this and that. I said, good. Fuck you, fuck yourself. You need to focus on him. I said, that boy is a literal. Why you think he come from you? He come from your source. He's a literal reincarnation of you. You might not understand this, but he is, and you need to focus on him. I said, think about this. What's my sister 45? Nah, my sister 3 years older than me. My sister 43. Nah, she turned 44 in June 24. So I said, look, bro, I said, you work a warehouse job. She a warehouse manager, right? I said, you work a damn warehouse job, no offense. I said, what's the odds of you becoming a millionaire, bro, by the time you die? I said, it's highly unlikely. I said, but what's the odds of him? See, I said, now, that's where you need to place your bet. That's your lottery ticket right there. I said, you got a better chance of making him a millionaire in the next 15 years than you got the rest, like, that's it for you. Like, you need to realize that and focus on him. And it wasn't no disrespect to my sister. I love her, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, people don't know how metaphysically true, I'm going to say this in land, people don't know how metaphysically true what I just said is, how you can happen to the self as you're happening to you can happen to your other self while you're happening to your primary self, but the universe is just set up like that. That's one of the glories. I ain't even sure if I was even supposed to relate that to y'all, but that's one of the glories. So be selflessness. I'm gonna land by closing off my point. You got two people in a relationship, they got a kid. So what if y'all go through it? It's about that damn kid, and I think that's what other cultures do better than we do. It's like they know how to compartmentalize for whatever fucking reason. When they get emotional, they know how to compartmentalize. Like, to a white woman, nah, white man, you going to be her father. We ain't playing that shit. So,
what you're saying in this is the kid part is legible because the majority don't abuse people. That's the truth. Even among black women, half of them don't have this. Half. 47%, 43 in some cases. Other studies say 49. Black men, 73 permanent in 2021. No kids. None. Zero. Absolutely nothing. Your argument is only being applied to the, if they're talking about the whole community, then yeah, your argument he's talking about black parents. But if you're talking about black people in general, that ain't a high number. So can't really bring up the whole thing when most black, if you're talking about a community, most black people in any community don't got kids. Not a kid's problem.
In order to correct any problem, you gotta start at the source. You didn't get here. You didn't spawn in the Wyndham Hotel. No, that's what I'm saying. Listen, a lot of these issues we deal with, bro, they generational.
That's not the point. What you're missing is this has nothing to do with family. This is everything to do with people, not hair. That is the truth. Well, whether you understand that or not, that's up to you. That's the point. No one else. Not here. You can't bring up family and kids when the majority of people you're referring to, because I'm not one to say where I'm from the community. I know I didn't grow up in any black community. That's who they're from for. So I'm not bringing it back. But if you're going on this whole black Americans as a whole, most black Americans don't have kids. Nothing to do with source, nothing to do with family, relate to each other. It's that simple. They don't care. They don't acknowledge. They don't interact. That's the truth. And the smallness
A particular scenario, and one of the most prevalent things in our community, which I think disbands our community often, is the relationship between the parents. You know what I'm saying? But because that's often the kids first, even when they together, that's often the kids first out of trouble.
Mike, what do you think the word mindfulness means?
The point I made that point earlier when I said a lot of women grow up with no fathers, so by the time they start dealing with men, they basically don't know how to speak the language of men. They don't know how to speak man and needs, basically. So you had to throw it, when shit get rough, especially if the woman don't really like it like that, they willing to cut shit off. And even if she like it like that, they emotionally, they hold shit against you. They don't really, the modern women don't know how to deal with the average man, you know what I'm saying? Because they don't grow up around it, so they don't know. They only grow up around their mothers, so they only experience one side, so they're hyper emotional, hypersensitive, and they don't have that other side to calm them down to be like, nah, you want to chill out. They don't have that side. So basically, in a nutshell, I'm going to say this in land. The point I was making earlier, which I spoke to your point, is imagine a woman getting in a relationship with a man and speaking another language. And the moment she opened her mouth and said hello, and she realized he don't speak English. Oh, no, you don't speak English? Oh, no. Well, that's kind of resemblance. That's kind of that kind of resembles the phenomenon that happens between black men and women when the first sign of discomfort hit, when they had that first uncomfortable conversation, or when you around somebody, when you get to know them, because let's be real, when we first meet somebody and start dating them, we don't really know them, but as you get to know them, you start noticing certain shit, and that representative starts to weigh off willingly or unwillingly, and certain things begin to peek their head. So as you begin to realize certain shit, you might have to interact with them from a different aspect that they're not accustomed to. So when those moments happen, they get uncomfortable and leave. They have to really, really like you.
Excuse me, Mike. Do you think, Mike? Do you think all communication is hypnosis?
I think all communication is hypnosis. I mean, it depends on the intent, how you use them. You can use them to hypnotize, or you can use them to awaken. You can use your words to create any type of reality you want.
So, Mike, I'm going to be more than this. That ain't black men doing it more. It's one, like I said, black men and women are not islands anymore. They are the majority of marriages, but they are not the majority of marriages. That's probably having sex with this, whatever first couple of interactions. That's within 3 weeks, by the way. That's normal American dating. And if you don't like what you see, move on. That's how it works in the regular America. You don't know anything about black, I don't care about either. But that's what happens in regular America. Guess what? There's no hard feelings, there's no this is just work. This person is not compatible based on my interaction. No one cares about trying to get to know each other because it is just a waste of time. You're not going to be compatible with 99% of people on the planet. That's just true. So guess what? Black men have figured out. Do not care about wasting time with 99% of people coming with you. Now, for one thing, yeah, like I said, that is be smaller about it. But the majority of black men are either not dating or if they are, they're not doing any of those things. They meet you, and within the first couple of minutes or days, they learn whether they want to be with you or not. That don't work no more, bro. No one deals with that. It's a waste of time.
There you go. This is some type of new relationship. Like how else are people? So they just meeting and just instantly jumping in the bed with each other. I mean,
That's what happens.
I'm not sure what his pessimistic worldview. It's almost exaggerated. It's almost hyperbolic in a sense, but
That's be realistic. That's the American, bro.
But let's be realistic. Let's take the race thing out of it because somehow when we look at this new racial lens, we kind of get repelled by it. So let's just say men and women.
I'm not giving a racial lens. I'm telling you from someone who knows what the rest of America does. Because that's what I think. That's what I think. That's normal in the rest of America. Meet someone, you hit them, and you never see them again, never speak to them. That's very normal.
Bro, then I teach me your ways, no wise one, because if you could just meet a motherfucker, smash him, and it's so instantaneous that you just a pussy master. What's that movie, Fuck You Chuck? I forgot the nigga's name. But yeah, Fuck You Chuck, you a Fuck You Chuck type. Give me that crystal ball, but that's being realistic. It don't happen like that as much as we would want it to. We got to go through any stage of progression like anything. Like you're born and then you die. You know, everything goes from the beginning to the end. Like, so it's like can't skip a process. And although we would like to, I swear I would. I wish I did that. Alright, put like this. Even if you, for example, I know in your personal life, bro, you can't say that in your dealings with women, you don't emotionally get caught up with women, which you don't. So you don't have women you prefer, you favor, that you enjoy spending time with, you cuddle with, you don't got that sensual, you ain't got that connection with a woman.
The point you don't seem to understand is in the rest of America, that doesn't mean anything. It's temporary, and then it's gone.
Means everything. Every human being searches for that on this planet.
That's the mistake you're making. You are going off of whatever your perspective is, which that's on you. I'm telling you, outside of whatever you think, there's none of the rest of the country been doing it for decades. It isn't even new.
I'm not sure what your odds are like you getting in no women. I'm not sure. Maybe you strike out. It seems what it sounds like. Maybe your luck isn't particularly that well. Like you strike out most, but I don't know. Like me, that's the fun stage before we get to know somebody. It's just I feel as though in our society, women are too, because of this feminist mindset, they are too. And again, I say they grew up without a father, but not to rehash that, but they just too sensitive, man. So they don't really, we're not allowed to work out our problems. Like you see how sensitive you are? You just said you were in the joint You ain't even trying to get it on. You so scared of that. You just.
I ain't scared of nothing. I don't fear that. I ain't afraid. You don't feel no emotions for you. You're just attractive and addicted. Same thing on y'all. She's attractive and she pussy that night.
Every night for you? You don't never yearn for nothing more?
Whether you do or not, that ain't the one.
Might not be. But what I'm saying is to make it seem like you're not searching. Come on, man. That's like unhuman. Like to say that you don't want love, companionship. Who are you, God?
Ain't no God involved. There's no God on the man. You're just not understanding this. That's it. And if you don't understand, just say, I don't know how that works. That's simple. Leave it alone.
You know what? I would understand it if nature didn't tell me otherwise. I see animals falling in love with each other. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I'm telling me, a dude with an intellect on a telephone, on an iPhone, probably. You telling me, you talking to me, and this Oscar savannah, and you telling me it's a lion somewhere in the savannah as ferocious and sneaky as this motherfucker is. He got a lion this he can lick on and play around with, and you can't?
Come on, brother. That ain't the conversation. Whether you understand it or not, that's on you. No one else. Is how the rest of America works. You doing? You talking about? That ain't how it works. The reason I know is because I actually in the rest of America. That's how it goes. One night stands, or it clicks or it doesn't. And like that for decades, only you live alive.
Yeah, I can oh, so you mean it doesn't matter? Like, you seem like a dude, you just slinging dick, and it don't matter so much to you that even if you found the rest of my life when you serve you, it don't matter. Fuck it. Yeah, I ain't talking about myself.
See, gentlemen, if I may, I think what we have here is a failure to communicate. And what that really means is that we have too much communication, too much spam communication, which is of low value communication. And too many people, their entire lives are just spent listening to low value communication. And that's why my name is Book, because I read books out. And that way, when I go out into the world, away from Clown House, and I interact with beautiful women or obnoxious small business owners where I have to get my car fixed, what I'm trying to say is, if you are a flower, the person you are communicating with ultimately will hopefully become a flower. But the challenge is, how do you actually become fresh and become a fresh flower or a solid mountain or free like space? How do you actually obtain happiness now and hold it and maintain it and cultivate it and never give it away unless you have enough to give away? So I'm just saying happiness is the goal, and that's the primary communication. However, too much friction communication dissolves that happiness, and then we get unpleasant feelings of anger and sadness and frustration and rage. Hello?
Yeah, Amanda.
Did he have a point?
That's value down a little bit. Man, by and large, man, I guess we figured out, man, as a people, as humanity, it's simple, man. We done already discussed this shit at length, just not in this room, but just in all rooms in Clubhouse history, man. Like, motherfuckers know what they gotta do. Get
have to see the best of us. But yeah, I agree with you. It's you let it get to you, and at the time, did you realize she was doing that, or did you just get caught up?
Well, the reason why I do believe in accepting personal responsibility is that there is an order to the experience. Meaning, I fucked up my orders. My first order of business is to fuck from now on, because the last time we were together, we had a great night, and I went to touch her. We're in bed. She goes, "Ugh, no, I'm not in the mood. Don't touch me." So I was like, all right, well, then I'm just going to go home because I won't be able to go to sleep here. But she wanted me to stay, so I stayed, and I couldn't sleep. It was a horrible night, and she's got these disgusting cats. Her sheets look like there's cat shit on them. The cats sleep under the bed. It's fucking disgusting. And I'm thinking, man, I'm going to get toxoplasmosis. I wake up in the middle of the night, the fucking cat has its fucking mouth over my nose. I'm like, ah, fuck! So what I'm trying...
Wait. Hold on 1 second. How attractive is this woman?
She's like a perfect 10. I'm not kidding you. She is like a perfect 10.
And how old?
27.
She has a mental disorder. You still need to run.
Okay, well, I agree with you. And so, anyways, what I'm saying is when she came... she told me she was going to come over to my house and help me build a bunk bed in a rental unit. And she never did. She comes over last night. She says, I don't want to build this bed. I just want to go get a nice dinner. So my point is, my order of business was fucked up, because if I wanted to rectify shit with her, the first thing we needed to do was fuck immediately. And because we didn't do that, I fucked up the order of affairs. I should have told her straight up, hey, you fucked up my brain by not fucking me. And if you want to fix it, because now you're in a deficit with me, if you want to fix this shit, you need to strip down and get in my bed right now. That's what I should have told her. But instead, I'm sitting there, oh, great, let's have a nice night, blah, blah, blah. Until finally I was like, all right, I fucked up the order. It's me. I fucked up, and I got to accept personal responsibility. As soon as I get to your house, go in the bathroom if you're at somebody's condo, or get it on in your house or their house. But if it's not the priority, well, then it's not the priority.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you didn't have a fight, really, but it's like you had a fight. Now you got to make up, And yeah, you got the order wrong. But you reminded me, I don't know if you ever watched Friends, but Ross is dating this woman that's really hot, but he's like over in her apartment, and he finds a dead rat under the couch, and then there's just garbage everywhere, and like there's goo coming off the cushion, and he's like, he really wants to fuck her, but he can't deal with it. You remind me of that. It was a hilarious episode.
Yeah, it depends on the age, but at a certain point, I just could not, the kid, whether it's like a kid screaming in the background, a fucking toddler or pre-toddler, whatever you want to call a 1.5 to 2-year-old, and, your story about the fucking cat shit, if there's something strange going on, I can't do it. I don't care if she checks every single physical box. Why do you have to be a fucking weirdo? Women complain all the time about men being weirdos, and especially in America, there are so many weird women, it's insane. And to think that just because you look like a celebrity that you get to have strange shit, going around in your apartment, no. We gotta take a stand and say, we're going to take our dick elsewhere. And this is one of the reasons why some of these guys, they don't understand why I advocate for paying for it, because what you're paying for is to prevent that type of situation from happening. If you're getting tired, for example, of paying for a $200 dinner date, only to, again, open the door and some screaming children is running at you, or some weird cats, or some other disaster, this is where the pain could help and say, listen, payment is contingent upon no crazy ass shit, no crazy weird ass shit, okay? No ex-boyfriends, no kitty litter, and no stinking rugrats.
What were you going to talk about? Dates? Just dating single moms? Or...
Well, this was before I came in, but the original topic, I think, was Black American women are liars, and they get angry when they can't control you. And yeah, I think this is why they are increasingly single. Because they lie to the court, especially family court, to tell them that the dad is abusing the children when he's not. All sorts of things. And so, it's interesting they keep having these rooms about, black men need to step up, take care of the kids, this and that. So just to stand outside of a family court, not this weekend because it's too hot, but stand outside of family court like 2 weeks from now, wherever your jurisdiction is, and talk to some of the men, and see this, especially the black men, and see what stories they have. I can guarantee you're gonna encounter men of all socioeconomic classes, and they got the same story. Bitch tried, she's taking the kids away, and yeah, she's just a pathological liar.
I believe you.
Oh yeah, I see that. It's not a holiday for you guys, so it's a regular weekend. And your heat wave passed. Ours is just beginning. It starts today. It doesn't end until Saturday.
Well, enough about you right now. We got enough for next week.
Well, what's up with them trying to arrest you or give you a citation or a fine for trying to install air conditioning?
I raised that. I think they're not forcing that on us. I've heard that. Not stop you. You might be able to pass it. So it's possible. It's what I see.
the colonizers were first setting up, they had to move every season. They had to move from the beach, or most of the beach, to the mountains, because if they didn't, they would literally die of heat stroke. So kind of the way that we're set up here is not really meant for, 12 months out of the year to live in. People are supposed to go when the seasons change. So that's why the AC usage has always been, had to be high here.
But you need to be able to afford travel.
I mean, hey, that's where I'll give it to Europe. Their train system, you can get from, Amsterdam to France to the bottom of Spain in pretty quick time compared to the same distance in America. Our Amtrak is barely functional in the Northeast. If you try to go anywhere outside the Northeast, you're fucked.
Train that goes from California to New York, or California to Florida. Let me look that up. I thought that was in development.
I think you gotta switch maybe twice.
So that's not bad. I mean, you just need to switch as long as there's a trail, right? I think that's what is important.
Are so they learn how to drive and they're already impatient. They learn how to drive and they're already like, look at this asshole on the road, look at this jerk off. Oh my god, a red light. I can't believe a red light. And when they're sitting waiting at the red light, sometimes the light's taking a couple seconds and they're like fidgeting. They're like, oh my god, why wouldn't it go green? And I say, this is part of life. And then I realized, wait a minute, this is the first time that you have ever sat at a red light without your phone in your hand. Right? Because every time you're ever a passenger in your parents' car, you got your phone in your hand. Now you're 16, you're learning how to drive. This is the first time you've ever experienced the boredom of a red light unadulterated. And they can't handle it. And so sometimes I think that people are getting more impatient, and that's why I don't know if driving is worse than it's ever been or if it's just my imagination, but I think people drive like crazy these days, and I think it's because we're all in a rush and we don't have the ability to be bored, and we don't have the ability to just look out the window and turn up the radio, and we're just like rushing, and then pedestrian, an African immigrant who knows a homeless person.
I think the solution to this problem is to watch TikToks and replays.
Yeah, they don't enjoy it. Like, I think that you can overstimulate.
Yeah, they said Gen Z is the first generation in a while that their IQ is lower.
I often thought maybe my dad was retarded or stupid, but then I read a college essay he wrote, and it was brilliant. And I was like, my dad is not retarded or stupid. He's actually a genius. Why did I think he was retarded and stupid? Maybe I'm retarded and stupid. What Zach is pointing out is that whether you're driving a car or you're cruising the streets of Clown House, people road rage. Whether on an app or in a car, there's road ragers. Do we have anybody in the room here who could raise their hand and say, yeah, I'm a road rager? Anybody strong enough to admit it?
Sheila.
But I think for kids, that's a good. When I first started driving, I wasn't like that. I wasn't, I was worried about driving safely. I wasn't, so that is.
I'm pro using your phone and driving. I think if you can't do it safely, it's a skill issue. I think it should be permissible. And I think if I want to watch TikToks and glance at the road every 3 to 5 seconds, that's my business.
You're not.
I'm only half kidding.
I mean, that's what's happening. So how do we cure that? I would start with the insurance. I would put that on the package if you want any insurance, because, like, literally, you're making the roads.
Are some people making the roads more dangerous as a result? Yes. Am I? I don't think so. I've never been the cause of an accident. I'm a pretty safe driver. I'm a pretty reasonable driver, but I got better educated on how driving is supposed to work than most of the motoring public.
How do you know that? How do you know that specifically? If I'm a better driver or you're a better driver? How do you know that?
I don't know that I'm a better driver than you, but I know that I'm not out causing incidents.
You're making a statement.
He said that the average motor is.
Yeah.
How do you know that, though? How would you know that?
Well, for example, I know what a zipper merge is and how to use one. I know that yield signs are not stop signs. I know how a roundabout works, and I think all these things are a green light.
I think those things, though, like, I think most people know how yield works. It's just that the one that doesn't pisses you off, and, it only takes one to fucking slow everybody down. I think most people know something.
I'm basing this on anecdotal experience, but I would say the vast majority of the motor public has no fucking clue how to use it.
Almost certainly likely in the better half of the driving public.
Based on what? Again, based on
Vibes.
Okay, so it's vibes, not actual.
Well, no, there's something very easy to base it on, which is you drive around, you see people doing stupid shit all day, every day. You ask yourself, what is the guess is disregarding actual right-of-way rules and being unnecessarily generous to stay to the left side of your lane or to the right side. When I was growing up, when I was taught to drive, I was taught to stay to the left side of my lane, to stay close to the yellow line. Side swipe in a parked car with your passenger side view mirror. You won't have to worry about jumping over a curb with your side front tire. You won't have to worry about hitting a bike rider. But nowadays, I see 95 lane, and I'm not halfway in the fucking bike lane. And when I go down a city street, I know how wide my car is, and I can drive in a forward direction. And I see 90% of people, maybe 85% of people fucking this up. And I think that anecdotally I can deduce that I am better. Thank you. I am complete.
Well, I've never heard anybody say they're a terrible driver. It's very, very rare. Someone says, I'm a shit guy. This is why.
Would you guys put this bumper sticker on your car if I made a bumper sticker that was bright yellow that said, please be patient, stupid driver? I put it on my wife's car. I think there's a couple of very minor litmus tests that you can do to assess whether somebody's a good driver. And I think the first one is whether or not they understand things that aren't lanes things because they want to get away with 6 seconds. Like crossing through a crosshatch about to turn into a turn-only lane. I'm not that guy. I'm the guy who until the car in front of me is past the bridge, I can actually safely enter the lane and not go around as a drive. And they drive wonderfully. It's not every state in the United States that requires it. I know states that requires it. I know that when I was growing up in Washington, D.C., driver's education was not required. But in the state of Maine, it is required, and I think that somehow people still be fucking up, but it's good that it's required.
I think there's a major lack of accountability in agriculture. It's what they want based on how they've operated in the past, the law, based on how they've operated in the past. And once you institute accountability, however you think it will be, you're pulled over and you're not doing this citation. Shit, it's going to be hard. So good luck with that.
This also implies, though, that traffic enforcement largely revolves around safety and skill, and I would say that it doesn't. I would say traffic enforcement largely revolves around antiquated
antiquated laws and we have a new generation.
Sounds like he's a fan of the photo enforced intersections.
I this might sound crazy to those who don't know me here, but I'm kind of slowly but surely becoming more pro electronic enforcement, and mainly because that reduces the number of interactions that police have with the general public, and also for like a police state.
You watch RoboCop?
Yeah, seriously, they have to have this. Yeah, I mean, look, speed laws in this country haven't really, speed limits in this country haven't meaningfully changed over the past 50 or 60 years. But technology advancements in both crash safety, but also safety features of the car. I mean, just an invention of airbags, ABS alone has significantly increased safety and significantly reduced casualties in driving. Yet here we are still having to do 25 miles an hour on a road that has no reason not to be a 55 mile an hour road. And again, this is largely no incentive structure to make people better drivers when there's revenue to be made from people driving poorly or not driving by the rules, driving poorly or not driving by the rules. I think vehicle inspections are largely bullshit too. I live in a state where I have to do an annual emission and inspection. And, if this was solely about safety, you would have to do it on a 1-year-old car or a brand new car. Because it's safe to assume the manufacturer has established that that's a safe vehicle. Yet here we are every year, I have to go to the state and prove that I'm safe to be on the road for a crime that I haven't committed and pay money to do so. And if I really want to, I can go to another guy down the road and have an extra $10 a tab, and he's not going to look at the car. He's just going to give me the sticker.
I don't know, I've heard it can get pretty bad, especially for people who can't afford to fix their old clunkers, and they end up getting towed because you can't do the tag, and then they're on the bus after that.
Yeah, but hear me out here, right? A police officer sees a vehicle that's unsafe to be on the road, and he addresses that vehicle. The end. This idea that everybody has to go to the state and go, hey, just in case my vehicle might not be up in the system. And I mean, if you look at states that don't have vehicle inspections, like Florida, I think doors on a car are optional. But they also have a significantly higher rate of traffic fatalities or traffic accidents than similar states.
Another win over the environmentalists down here is that we can drive all the way on the sand. We can drive on the beach. There's no concern about
how to self-rescue. And I've told her 1,000 times, you should just stop driving on the beach. She goes, but then we don't have to get in the car. We can sit on the beach in the car. I'm like, yeah, no, don't do that.
excellent salt water. You just gotta rinse it off, which is common maintenance.
Yeah, you're not.
Oh yeah, so it's 100 here in Michigan.
97 here in Pennsylvania. Not fun.
Zach, do you have the Play-Doh app?
No.
Do you like playing games online?
Who's Zach?
Sure, I'll check it out.
It's a trash bag.
Trash bag. I don't know anybody named Zach. I know my friend Trash Bag. I don't know nobody named Zach.
Play-Doh, P-L-A-T-O.
Mm-hmm. The link to the group is in the Jumbotron.
Okay.
Do you have a problem with me using the name that I've known you by for 5 years, sir?
No, but
Thank you.
I also don't have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem. It's amazing how many people remember the names that were originally on the app.
Why do you sound like a 400-pound woman laying in a bed talking on an old rotary phone?
Who's that? 600 pounds, so I can join the 600-pound life reality show. Why are you judging me? What's the matter with you? Are you equally
Rotary phone. Are you using a rotary phone?
Is this John Kitover?
Excuse me?
John Kitover, are you in jail yet?
Am I in jail? Projection says what? Projection says what? Monica, I'm just encouraging you to get to the gym today, to break a sweat, try to read a book. Listen, all communication is projection. I'm just telling you to read a book and go to the gym today. I am complete.
Go directly to jail.
Dad, can you send me the...
It kicked me. Time to go back in at anonymous and then go to the gym and read a book. Ah! Where is my anonymous phone? La cucaracha.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're asking a question,
What are you all big in his nose?
right? My answer would be yes, that it is a subversive act that has the potential to shift at least definition, maybe, I don't know, definitions or the thinking about marriage as the sort of.
I grew up in a. I didn't say that, dude. It's not what I said. What I said was, if you leave your stuff in your car in a place where it can get stolen, and it then gets stolen, it's your fault because you left it there. As my father used to tell me about my expense. Let me try a slightly cleaner, if I've got a decent signal, let me try a slightly cleaner way of saying what I think it is, which is, if you're going to participate in what would widely be recognized, we're not obligated to share in your suffering. Okay? Is that more or less? Can operate throughout everywhere. So if I just pay my, monthly subscription fee, and these people are then hunting down the criminals and, doing what needs to be done. If that's the world you guys are okay with, then we can at least have a conversation that I think is consistent. Then it's like, oh, I did my part, yes, I outsourced it, but I hired these Pinkertons or whatever. I hired this private police because I don't expect you to have to pay for my policing, Jefferson, but I hired these people and they're out there, they're hunting these people down. No, look, there are places in the U.S., places in Canada, and I'm sure.
I agree with you. I wouldn't have done it if it were anyone else, but that's just uncalled for. And anyway, I'm not one who does that. Just know, y'all know, just so you.
Sorry, what's uncalled for?
Dude, what happened when that was off for a minute? Did somebody get smacked or slapped?
The hand of justice came in. That's what happened.
Are we talking about removing John Kitover for being schizophrenic, or are we talking about?
Yeah, was that Callie or Sarah who did the smacking?
I confess. Did it?
Well, confess. I wasn't here.
Schizophrenic says what? Schizophrenic projection says what?
Okay. So those of you who are in my PTR is my nice balls that finally came in. So I can make them campfire. They're nice, they're round, they're smooth, 3 inches. I'm gonna use them to make, you're supposed to take a biscuit mix, put on them, and instead of roasted marshmallows, you roast the biscuit mix. Then you put like pie filling or jam or jelly and whipped cream in them.
What do you have?
It's a campfire snack.
What is that? What's in your ball?
It's a full wood ball, so be careful. You can crush them. But they're about to get grilled and a stick put in.
Good God, man.
The humanity. Yep, about to start a new campfire tradition of making desserts.
Like s'mores, where did that name come from? Marshmallow, chocolate, and cracker. How do you get to the name s'more?
Are you joking?
He
Are
has
you the
Sandlot.
only American who doesn't know this, or am I stupid?
It was Phineas S'more Esquire who invented them.
Yes.
I like that name. Do you guys hear, I'm reading after was shot down by hostile forces. 3 of the 4 crew members have been rescued and are in stable condition. The incident happened at 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time, which would have been 11 a.m. local time.
Hold on, let's see if I can reclaim that joke. Brian, what are you fixing to do? To what? And how?
It's all a little woody to me.
I heard you're gonna ram something and stake it in something.
I'm gonna drill that ball and shove a dowel in it and then rub oil all over it.
So still go Saturday night. Got it.
And then I'm gonna batter it and roast it over a fire.
Damn, he left before he heard the insult of Callie. Damn. Oh well. Next time.
I'm fixing something to eat, so my reactions are all delayed by like 7 seconds. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm not with the program at the moment.
If you make a joke and only you enjoyed it, it's still a wasted joke. I don't know.
It's not.
I think it's
On you, anyhow.
there we go.
So I have a question, Brian, with that thing that you're going to make, the s'more thing. How do you get the ball out of it once it's roasted?
Do the tip, just the tip.
Thanks, Zach. I'm gonna
To the joke.
put the TikTok in the divided we fall telegram, okay?
Sounds good.
And you
Is
really
everybody as confused as I am about tips and his balls?
look, Zach, don't do the Houston name, okay?
What
It's
kind of
really-
oil?
Texas.
Sure, your balls are tasty.
Texas has problems with that.
We could use peanut oil. I mean, just thin out the peanut. No.
Oh my God, you're such a writer.
Now I want some peanut butter.
I really jelly. I think that's gonna taste really good in these. On a more serious note.
I understand why, but it makes me very sad that people are afraid of being doxxed. When we first got on the app and it said we use our real names on Clubhouse, I was relieved. I felt like refreshed, like, oh, thank God. That and all this bullshit. And it's like, pictures should be exclusively of our own genitalia.
Wow.
I'm okay with that.
Feel your balls in a theme song.
Well, we're about to get one.
I found it actually.
This is
I haven't seen my balls that big and salty and brown. If you ever need a break, pick me up. Just stick my balls in your mouth.
like, oh, that was ice and haze. It's like,
I didn't know you had it in you.
yeah, I'm a bass. That's my voice. It's there's an episode of South Park where makes these like brown salty chocolate dessert balls and then sings a whole song about it.
You got it, Edie. You knew I was going to that.
Sweaty balls. That was that one.
Sweaty, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Good times. Do you know there's not a lot of stores that carry 3-inch wooden balls?
No.
Now you do.
Brian, why do you date? This is a serious question. Why do you marshmallows and just like work around that and then eat the whole thing?
Allie, take a cold shower.
Oh my.
Who didn't know where the words were?
Me.
Okay. Did you learn?
Wait, I don't know.
It's because there's some places that the kids ask for
Well, that's what I knew from the Sandlot movie. I don't know if that's actually.
It's mostly right.
Why are balls sexual objects or some sort of sexual?
Wait, what part of it's wrong so I can educate myself?
Yeah, I don't know that it's wrong. It's just not the whole story, Monica. So it's not necessarily wrong. But I.
Where's Liberty? Someone should look this up.
Maybe that might be more interesting.
Brian is disgustingly good at this. Brian is just.
Kitover, Chicago Mayoral candidate running in the February 23rd, 2027 election. I need your vote. I need your signature on our petition now. Like this video, share this video. I'm on a podcast right now. We're talking about liberal progressive. It's all about destruction.
Did I tell you how my cousin got out of the speeding ticket last week?
What's that?
My cousin got out of the speeding ticket last week. The police officer stopped him because you know why you're stopped. He said, because you want to sell me tickets to the policeman's ball. And look at him, policemen don't have balls. And he realized what he said and he shook his head and walked away.
Nice tolerance, right? Good one.
Right, so the idea is a man doesn't have balls if he does certain things, or his balls are bigger or smaller based on his behavior. I mean, that's the only thing that could maybe make sense of this. And I don't know. Right? And they're larger than most people. I'm just really interested in what action.
I guarantee you, Albert, I guarantee you that your balls are bigger than mine. 100%. Absolutely.
What is your specific question?
Why are their balls hanging on the tailgate of trucks all the time?
I don't like those. Do men really find them? They feel compensatory, not compensatory.
What does that mean? Balls hanging down the truck. What does that mean?
They have brass balls hanging from the trailer hitch.
It's just
You haven't seen them.
some like redneck ornament or something.
They're veined too. The rice says it's quite absurd. And I don't know why I admitted that I know that, because now I feel self-conscious that I don't know.
You should. I've seen the balls that you're talking about on trucks, and I concur. But I want to get to the bottom. I want to get to the bottom of this balls problem or issue.
Are you saying you're going balls deep into the bottom?
Monica's on balls.
You guys are not good for me.
Okay, distill your question into one sentence, Albert.
It makes sense, of course. Right.
Well, that's the reason. All life comes from men's balls.
Alright, so that's the answer. Then I got my explanation of that semen. We don't really value that in a different way.
I don't think we value it the same way.
Yeah, whatever your human sexuality is complicated, so whatever you're into, that's sacred to you. But it might be different to someone else. You like the dick more than the balls, that's fine. There's different flavors of ice cream and Baskin Robbins.
First of all, I have a thing. I don't value like other penis. What I value is.
Yeah, no one's kink shaming them. It's fine.
Oh, you sort of kind of, but it's okay. I was coming up with an actual, sounds like an animal shit. But he came in with balls, and I really wanted to get a conversation about it because now we have a better understanding. Like, why are her balls fun and funny? And I think you got to it, which is because they reduced the butt. Perhaps. Maybe that's what.
It's not either or. Monica evaluates the whole package.
And I'm a big appreciator of the male in all of its intricacies.
And where the hell did you think of distribution channel? That's hilarious.
I tried.
That was good though. You get credit for that for sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And you know it's also the extraction channel too, because the evolutionary. If you're
I'm waiting on my guys to connect back, and I hear Monica say veiny balls. What? And I'm missing this conversation.
The reason the penis head is shaped as it is
What is Monica staying in this room?
You know, Monica suggested this topic, but
I don't believe I did.
the reason the penis head is shaped as it is from an evolutionary function is so that if a woman was just inseminated by another man and his deposit is still inside of her person, that the penis head, the new one going in, could scoop out the previous man's deposit so that the second man will actually be the one to inseminate the woman. This is true.
Yeah, I learn something new every day.
Is that cited from the book Sperm Wars?
This is Clubhouse University at its best. Thank you, Divisive.
If you enjoyed this conversation, consider sending a gift certificate to the Cheesecake Factory to one of the moderators.
Do you think that actually would be effective in scooping the way you described it, and actually like invalidating that earlier deposit? That would be, because I love the fact that somebody decided that was why the penis is
penis head, and that's for that reason, just like every other bit of it.
This is why I believe
True.
unique design or intelligent design, because you cannot come up with that shit unless you study it. And you're like, how the hell would that happen? Oh, it must be because of that. This is intelligent design.
I broke up.
Well, keep studying. I still think of how the other penis is going to scoop up the
Wasn't
sperm
good enough
from the
for.
last one.
No. Ben, let him articulate that again. He did it much better than I will. It's not what you just said.
I'm sure the women in this room can relate, after a few too many
I broke
drinks
up
on a
with
Saturday
Katie last night.
night.
Took her to Superdog. It wasn't
Not
good
quite
enough.
sure how many partners you had that night. And the last one may be able to sort of, using the natural biology of the male phallus in contemporary humanity, sort of clean up the residue from previous interactions and, erase the sins of the past few hours. And
It's almost recommended to sleep with more than one person.
thank you.
Sex at Dawn. It's a book that theorizes. We used to have orgies every morning under the tribal structure. So that very much was the case.
We're now moving into the incel happy hour portion of the evening.
Y'all, Sticker was absolutely decent until I went off mute. It wasn't he. As long as I didn't say anything, he was perfectly good and perfect. He didn't attack anyone else or insult anyone else, did he?
No, did he?
No, he attacked other people. He must not have been
He did. Oh, good.
Yeah.
No, good.
It's not favoritism. He doesn't like others.
He doesn't not like me more than he not like me. Okay, good.
I don't know if we can say that intentionally and confirming that. I've heard conversations. Well, I don't think it's about not liking you, Monica. It's about how strong you are in your convictions, and that they just function. So it's a positive.
Them are on government assistance. He got put in, like, whatever they do, into city council in the town they live in. The guy, they're on government assistance. How is he going to be on city council? Okay, then take him off government assistance. Weirdos.
He might no longer qualify if he might not qualify if he is going to get a paycheck from the city, right?
Do they get a salary to pay that? Some city council is a volunteer position.
I mean, we live in strange times. There's a lot of people with a lot of different voices. He wants to be heard because he thinks that it's instrumental to change. You want to be heard for the obvious reasons as well. And I don't think it's my orders that way. These are controversial times. Keep going. Keep being consistent, Monica. FYI. This guy is just another voice, and it goes to the voices.
Yeah. Well, not like I'm surprised. Anyway, I was just asking. Thanks for letting me know. The guy Jeremiah on Instagram who was running for president of his HOA, he won. So Karen has been ousted, and there was much rejoicing and a huge block party planned for the neighborhood, and I'm very happy for them because it sounds like their neighborhood's going to be lit.
Sleep under the bed. Sheets look stained with
He
cat
just brought
shit.
that whole community together, and his frustration over the HOA Karen. Even the HOA Karen's husband voted for Jeremiah, which just tells you
She always.
what a challenging person she was. How your spouse is gonna vote for your opponent? That was bad. Ethan's here. Who had comments or questions for Ethan? Florida?
She's extinct cat shit. Sure, she was talking so close when she pregnant with my husband. Longest so she was behind my house. I got out of care for 10 minutes.
Hey Ethan, welcome to Happy Hour.
Just got off a flight. How's it going?
Did you have a good one?
Yeah.
I'm getting more and more concerned about flight travel. When I hear people going to the airport and their seats have been double, triple booked. Is there an airline that you depend on that you find to be more reliable than the other ones, Ethan?
I flew American today.
Their reputation is getting pretty good, huh?
I mean, yeah, I didn't have any problems. The only thing was we got to the airport a little too early because TSA doesn't open until 4:45 in the morning. That was it. And we got to go out of the international terminal, and LAX had an overflow of planes. So they took us through the Tom Bradley terminal, which was nice.
A little cleaner, a little newer, a little more functional than the older term.
Yeah. Well, no, I've never actually been to the international terminal in a long time.
Did anyone ever prefer Spirit Airlines?
I pledged to buy stock in it if they could get enough people interested in owning it. I thought that was really cool. I thought it was fun. I'll spend a little bit of discretionary income. So I've got Dogecoin because I think it's hilarious, and I've got not a lot, just a little bit, just to be entertaining. If it's entertaining to me, I'll donate. I'll contribute a little bit. And so, yeah, I pledged, but I don't think something happened because I haven't heard anything more. It didn't cost me anything to pledge. They were just giving numbers on interest, people being interested in owning a We the People plane.
It's really unfortunate that they pretty much were insolvent from the rising fuel prices, but we're already back down to the pre-conflict levels, below $70 a barrel now. So
and then you want to hold on a little bit longer.
Exactly. But even Warren Buffett says that the capitalists should have shut down the Wright brothers when they invented flight because it's historically been the worst capital investment to invest in airlines.
Oh my goodness.
They're just zombie corporations at this point, most of them.
Yeah, airlines are very, very hard to be profitable because of the cycles. I used to trade a lot of their bonds. You're right.
There is a touching song in tribute to the Spirit Airlines employees, but I believe it's generated by AI, which is also interesting. There's a lot of music now being produced synthetically with AI, but it kind of went viral because of a YouTube that showed how they have to fly all the planes to some kind of airport in Arizona, somewhere in the dry desert, because these planes are just going to sit there. The leaseholders or the lease owners, they're releasing them out to the airline. They're going to just wait auction them off. Maybe they'll get repurposed, maybe they won't. But
is there anyone in here who would like to own a plane?
Not the ones that have holes blown out of them. Remember that? There's like a sealed up emergency exit door that blew out open mid-flight on one of those. Yeah, I'm disappointed in the birthright citizenship decision, but I'm happy to see the TPS protections finally actually be temporary. You know, the name TPS, I believe it stands for temporary. So it was good to see that.
A lot of people aren't talking about that one. Can you give me more information on it?
Yeah, and then I just threw out the other one. Before I do that, the other one I liked as well as restoring the presidential powers to fire executive branch agencies and employees. I think that's an important one too. But I don't know too much about it other than the Haitians are most impacted by this TPS status, and so there is a backlash about that protection status being removed from the Haitian refugees, but there's asylum-seeking individuals. I believe it extends to more than just Haitians.
So we were focused yesterday on the Title IX decision of making it not illegal for states to say biological men aren't allowed to compete with biological women.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
And then the birthright citizenship. It sounds like there were a bunch of decisions that we didn't even talk about. I'm gonna have to ask.
It was a busy day. Yeah. They're trying to rush it before they go on summer break. Trying to get it all done. What a nice life to be a lifetime appointee justice of the Supreme Court.
How's it going, everyone?
Like to be on the supposed Supreme Court. I'm not sure I agree with you, but maybe you could articulate.
Kavanaugh's getting death threats. I'm not sure about the other ones.
Marshall was actually bringing the last room I was in to like a 70 IQ level, so I just had to leave. I'm hoping you guys can match.
You're at least 100, right? If you're gonna come in, and then 70s going to this, right?
I think it's fair to say I'm at least 100. Not trying to brag.
Well, what are you?
I'm a solid 81.
I'm a 140, so go ahead.
I need some 81 right now.
Challenge accepted. AJ, we were talking about the SCOTUS rulings recently, and Alex reminded me that I don't know a lot of what happened. We were focused so much on the birthright citizenship, and I agree. I'm kind of disappointed. But I know why they did it, and I know they're probably right that it should be either a constitutional amendment. But I'm so nervous of them cracking open our constitution. I don't trust some of these people. And Title IX decision. The majority of us.
I guess in general that you have to be intelligent to understand laws.
No trannies in sports, right?
No biological men in biological women.
Heroes Campaign. We're already benefiting from her wisdom, guidance, and leadership. Please welcome Colonel Jennifer Pritzker.
For conservatives who know history and biology and yes, but for some who are convinced that for some that are convinced to compete with biological women, then ignoring the fact that when they're bid to seek justice and equality for trans women, what they're actually doing is stomping all over women's rights. But they can't see that, so it's very frustrating.
They don't care. It's not about not seeing it. I think that is the point, right? It's not like when you're a radical leftist who wants to utterly, the queer ideology, right? It's really about constantly destroying anything normative. Being a female, especially a straight female, you're like as normative as it gets. And you need to be queered. You need to be subordinated, perverted, all these things.
So maybe just think what people is we have just have too much airtime. Maybe people have too much on their hands to mash this up. Or do you really think that this is a fundamental flaw in society?
It's a flaw that we allow people who are subversive to the social fabric, get as far as they do. It's a flaw that we became as tolerant and open. And, there's this new book, Suicidal
Empathy by Gadsden.
Right? It's
yeah.
It is a flaw that we allow ourselves to become so lax and open that this is where we end up. I mean, it should just be when it's the two female boxers, or two males, in the finals of the Olympic it should be a little bit of a one. I think this is all canary in the coal mine. It's okay, guys, you've allowed yourself to get too far, and you really need to check in and be where to look.
I look at this as
pull back, reorient.
It's 106 degrees. I look at it. This is a larger playbook. The guys who are pulling the strings, distracting all you guys who want to engage in this stuff.
I think the people pulling the string, this is conspiratorial thinking. I think this is very interesting. This is very someone. What do you mean by that? I'll tell you. I think people.
Wait, Albert, come on, Albert. Wait, Albert, please.
No, Albert.
Can I hear from Agent? I rarely get to visit with him. He doesn't come in very often, and I like to hear him.
Okay. Awesome.
Overruled. So I think people on the right, especially the far right, tend to have a problem understanding things as systems. Right? It's they have to find who are the people, who is the source, who's pulling the strings, without just recognizing so I think that's the error.
I understand what you said, but Monaco's.
Yeah, right. I know. This is where you need to grow.
I don't need to grow. You need to.
That's far right. You need some names to go with that description. When you said they don't.
Just a broad generalization about just making a sweeping generalization about trends on the right. I had a counterpoint to it, but I forgot it because I'm actually repeating something Labubu told me, and I was like, wow, that makes sense. But I can't remember the thing that the left. He said the left is really blind about something else. I mean, maybe it's reality in general, but.
And the right is blind to what, Agent? The right is the what?
The systems, they think that there's this reason these conspiracies about who's pulling the strings, they want to find the logical kind of end.
The mastermind, right?
Mastermind, right? They can't fathom that this is just kind of the system doing what the system does.
So
Right?
it's not the man behind the curtain.
Exactly.
It's the feature of the system, not a bug or. So I can see that. That's why I think the QAnon conspiracy was so it was so appealing to so many of us. That where we go one, we go all. It was the belief that there was good guys that were in control and staging the rebellion or rescue of our society from the bad guys, the white hats that we couldn't see, but we knew they were there because some cryptic comment was made on a server somewhere. Like, I get the appealing of it.
I think the general concept of the idea that he is playing off like maybe a screenplay, because this is all screenplays. He's not privy to maybe the bigger picture. I think that's what you're trying to talk about. And left and right is always just a screenplay. You guys don't realize that there's screenplays underneath screenplays.
This is totally schizo, isn't it? Well, I'm a screenplay writer myself.
Hold on. If you want to call me schematic, tell me that you don't know what I'm saying. And I think you're ignorant, self-absorbed. Well, did I say ignorant?
Well, Albert, hold on. Albert, do you know Agent? Because I've known him for a few years on the app.
I need to know somebody if they're interrupting me. That's all I need to know.
Albert, with respect, and I really do mean this. You've been commenting after every post.
Behaving like a child, Albert.
No, I'm behaving exactly.
He's strong in his opinion about the intelligent design.
Some is intoxicated as well.
You're making the case worse.
But Albert, like, Agent came in to say hello and visit with us. I'm the one who wanted his opinion on the Supreme Court decisions. Elle told me there were decisions I didn't even know were made yesterday. I think it was Elle. To be honest, I've not really watched it myself, so I got the name wrong. But I'm just
orchestrated in his mind in society, but it's just not the case. Some things are emergent, some things are led by individuals acting in their own self-interest. It has nothing to do with people pulling strings.
Have you read the Bible? Or the Torah?
Which part? The First or Testament? Have you played the Ouija board?
So was the observation about the right-hand systems then, I just got back, is that related then to the mail-in-ballot case? Agent, were you saying that, like, the right doesn't understand systems?
I totally forgot what context I brought it up.
made that comment, that observation that you should.
Yeah, I got it from Labubu and it stuck with me, but I can't remember what prompted it. But it was more, somehow it prompted me to bring up this broad thing of like, there's no one like in charge. There's no one coming up with these like, not the man behind the curtain, like conspiracy. There's just like this, the systems are playing out the way that, well, I guess we were talking about the times that queer was saying like the attack on women, and like Monica was bringing up the trans and women's sports thing. It's like, this is like, she was almost framing it like this is, and it, I said, no, this is like a broad agenda by a large group of people, by like a certain ideology, but it's a specific conspiracy. It's just kind of like, this is how the ideology plays out.
And there are some things that are centralized and designed by someone at the top, chief engineer, Trump is at the top of the hierarchy, and I think that's a great thing that the executive branch is led by an individual. So there can be both. They're not mutually exclusive. You can have society acting in its own self-interest as well as powerful individuals at the top.
Who wants coffee? We did not do our simultaneous this morning. Maybe that's what the fine.
I just woke up from a nap.
Don't brag at us.
I finished my workout.
What a brag.
I started taking today. And I finished my, like, I had to work later than I thought I was going to have to for my half day. And then the second I finished at like 3 o'clock, I just went right to sleep.
Are y'all leaving tonight for your vacation or early?
We leave tomorrow morning. So I got to like pack house up and get everything ready today.
Nice. And you bring your tats with you or you have someone who?
No, they just,
self-sufficient. Cats, you can do that. Why can cats do that and dogs do not?
This is a good question. Now we're talking.
Well, a big part of it is because the cat shits in a box.
Cats are the answer.
Some would use toilets. There's plenty of videos proving it. They can flush the toilet.
See, I thought about teaching my cats to use the toilet, and I was convinced against it because if you ever have guests over and they shut the toilet lid, you're fucked. And then you're gonna have cat shit. And I was, someone told me, they're like, I just want you to imagine, like, what it's like to come into a bathroom and someone shat and forgot to flush. You know? Like, it would just, like, because you can teach them to flush, but they're not always super consistent about it. So it's like just coming into the bathroom and there's just like a pile of cat shit right in the toilet already. Just unfortunate. And they can also miss, and then it's a disaster.
I remember one of the biggest fights I had with my ex was like leaving the toilet seat down. And I don't understand how you ladies can't just like put the toilet seat down. You guys need to use it. Why do we need to do it first? I don't understand.
Well, I
Was your fucking lady ass racist?
I have an answer. So women use the toilet sitting down 100% of the time. Men use the toilet sitting down 25% of the time. So why wouldn't you keep the toilet seat down since it's 125% of its use?
A really good argument, but I love it. Not a good one. Not a good one.
Well, I think there are other arguments too. Like, one argument is, have you ever sat down in a toilet while the lid was up, like in the middle of the night, and you fucking fall in the toilet? That shit sucks. So I feel like avoiding that risk is good. But I actually met someone, a family friend of ours. Long story short, he always leaves the seat up in a public bathroom, and his rationale was that he is sparing the next person from that lazy bastard who just tries to pee straight through the toilet seat and then gets pissed all over the seat. So he always leaves it up so that way the next person who comes in and wants to pee standing up doesn't piss to the center. And so if you want to poop, then you just bring the toilet seat down and it doesn't have piss on the lid. And I don't know if I'm convinced by that, but it was definitely the most unique argument I've ever heard for it.
I admit to being the lazy person sometimes.
Agent!
That's why you have a cold cut in the front, right? That's the whole point. You leave it up.
Y'all already said the toilet paper was way against discussion scenario.
Me personally, I don't want to touch the toilet seat if I don't have to.
So,
and it's just the urinal. That's also what the urinal's for.
Well, not all of them have urinals, but Asian people, like, yeah. So not everyone is that like that.
Okay.
Common courtesy. That's all that is. But they also have this distinction with bidets. If you have a bidet installed, there's two.
my friend in Portland, Oregon, and his parents, I could not, for the life of me, figure out how to turn it off. Like, it was just constantly blasting. And I literally had to call my friend into the bathroom and be like, Will, can you help me? I don't know how to turn this bidet off. And so, meanwhile, the entire time, I'm just sitting there having my booty hole blasted with water. And we're literally looking up YouTube tutorials for the toilet brand as it continues to blast me, trying to figure out how to turn it off.
But you couldn't get off. You were like the shield for the bathroom.
Really late, so we're asleep, you know. We slept, and then I wake 2 or 3 in the morning, jet lag, right? So I can't sleep. I go use the restroom, right? And the toilet, this is my first time using the bidet. I didn't know what this was. The toilet had all these buttons, but they're all in Japanese, right? And I was like, I'm not that type of Asian. I'm not Japanese. I can't read it. So,
Hold on. I'm not that type of Asian. These recognition. That was gorgeous. Thank you. I'm not that type of Asian. Go ahead, sorry.
okay. So, I use the toilet, and I'm like, I'm done. And I was like, okay, there's got to be a flush. And this bidet, it doesn't have like a normal flush, right, where it's just right next to the little thing, right? You just flush it. It just like has all these buttons. So I'm like pressing this button. I was like, oh, okay, that's the seat warmer. Press another button. I was like, oh, okay, that's squirting something. And then I pressed another button. I was like, oh, that kind of hurts. Like, can we turn it? Dude, I had this water dildo like penetrate me for like 5 minutes, and then I was so it hurt so much, so I like got out of the toilet and it started spraying my face. So I was like freaking out, yelling. I was like,
It reached your face. I'm so sorry.
The bidets in Japan are awesome because they're heated, so like the water isn't cold. I always found that nice.
But you didn't have to close the toilet seat. All my that's the truth. That's the good thing. The bad thing is I didn't know how to turn it off.
They have air dry too, but once you start getting all those features, it becomes complicated. It traps people into those various scenarios because too many buttons, too many complications. It's not good to have all those features, but they have air dry, they have all sorts of bells and whistles. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. You don't need all those buttons. You just need one knob, front and back. I agree. Mouthwash or butt wash.
Okay, guys, it's nice talking to you. It's Quokka awareness month, so make sure you do something for your Quokka.
Is that a quokka in your PTR?
Yes, this is a Moroccan Quokka.
Futile, but yeah. No, I was gonna share when we were talking about like peeing in the toilet seat or whatever.
People that get their genitalia pierced as well.
Oh yeah, just like sprays out. Science is like a water hose.
Oh, Dorian didn't even hear my question.
Monica, what were the Supreme Court cases from yesterday that you hadn't heard about from Bob?
Apparently, Trump can fire people, but just not one person. That has to be considered not part of the executive branch. I don't remember, it was the Fed chair or something like that.
They said that the Fed is a separate, unique agency and he can't fire someone from the Fed without cause. But
everybody else can be drawn for cons if he wants them to be. And that's kind of helpful when you're, when you need people to be gone.
That goes against like decades and decades and decades of precedents where there's like supposed to be these independent organizations that the president is like somewhat can't influence so strongly. But I didn't really get that because for me, it was kind of like a Roe v. Wade situation where it was like I never really understood the Supreme Court, just an original Supreme Court precedent, like it didn't make sense to me. This one is similar in the sense that like these are all functions of the executive branch. Like we just we made the executive branch ginormous, but the Constitution puts all of that under the purview of the president. So I don't understand why we wouldn't have the right to fire basically from any section of the executive branch. So I'm sure the next president will weaponize that significantly more.
Are you feeling any better? Did you get some electrolytes?
Yeah, I'm just, I don't want to work. I called off work. I kind of want to go to work. I feel a little better, but we'll see. It's just this few weeks it's strong.
What I was going to say is that was a big decision too in Trump's favor and our favor in getting
39 trillion, and that's equivalent to each citizen owning 118,000.
Okay, executive branch, you have this power to move the thing, and you have to do X, Y, Z, right? So in the instructions to DHS, it said, you need to consult with the relative government officials at those countries to determine whether or not it's safe to return. And, one of the arguments against Trump's order was, who in Haiti did you talk to that told you it was safe to go back to, right? It seemed like there was evidence that basically no Haitian officials were consulted before this TPS was removed. But so it's interesting that Congress can put in stipulations for the executive when it grants it certain powers away from itself. But then basically the Supreme Court said, well, Congress didn't put in any sort of explicit judicial review, so it's not appropriate for a judge to step in and say, hey, you didn't follow this instruction that Congress gave to you. I guess it's Congress's job to do that, but I mean, in the first place, it seemed like Congress gave DHS extremely broad powers to add and remove these TPS protections anyway, so it made sense to me that, basically the Department of Homeland Security can be pretty liberal with when they, because I mean the Haitian TPS protection started with an earthquake in fucking 10 years ago. So it's I'm pretty sure that earthquake is done now. So it's just one of those things, where government gets some power and then once it has it, it doesn't take it away.
Yes, it's that, but it's also this constant expectation that the president serves at the pleasure of Congress. Congress wants to appoint the direct restore the presidential powers, where the president should be able to not take a knee to Congress. They should be able to fire the rank and file of the executive agencies and also deport individuals without this TPS status that never ends, because the word temporary was in the status, correct? Temporary protective status. Monica Q. called it temporary pass. It's temporary protective status, protection status, where they get extra. It's been active for a very long time, since the tragic earthquakes. But yeah, Haiti is a chaotic place. I'm sure there's lots of legitimate asylum cases from there, and so it doesn't mean we're going to suddenly send all Haitians back there. It just restores the executive branch's power to use their own discretion on that.
Can we talk about the climate on Earth? These earthquakes. Those database systems.
Before we change subjects, what did you mean by Congress? The president serves at the pleasure of Congress.
Yeah, it's an important separation because in the United Kingdom, they can have a simple no confidence decision from Parliament to remove the Prime Minister from power. And so that's exactly what I'm emphasizing, that it is important for the presidential powers to be protected. But they do not serve at the pleasure.
There's not one person in the American political discussion who thinks that the president serves at the pleasure of Congress.
Yes, they do. That's exactly my point.
Find one example and we can take that at face value.
The two Supreme Court decisions were necessary to make that clear.
Skipping a conclusion,
not just
that's a foregone conclusion.
limitation of the president from firing people. They cannot just give this limitation of homeland security not being able to deport certain people. So this is exactly what they're trying to do. The Congress is trying to tell the president, you answer to us. The legislation.
So, are you familiar with the three branches of government and how they're supposed to work in the American system?
Well, I think he's just trying to make a claim about that people are trying, they're trying to strip away president's powers. They're trying to give,
exactly.
people, that it's not, he's trying to make a claim that the president should opt to not serve at the call of Congress, and that Congress is overreaching in certain areas. I think
that's a very specific phrase that's very important in the American political structure, and there's not one person, left or right, any pundit, any elected official, any appointed official, any bureaucrat who thinks that the president serves at the pleasure of Congress. That's asinine.
Isn't it wonderful that we were here, the first ones, to hear about reframing in a way that illuminates what the efforts of the Democratic Congress have been for the last 2 years. And I, for one, am grateful that he was here to say something that no one else has said in a way that...
Well, that's the point. No one else has ever said it.
Yeah, is that invalidated?
Well, it invalidates his claim that this is part of a political discussion.
Well, you can ask him for specific examples. But say, well, then maybe he'll come up with it, or maybe I've done it, but say no one else has said it before. It's like the reverse of a call to popularity.
There's plenty of examples.
It sounds like someone who did not take 7th grade civics class.
Even the war powers is a great example. There's plenty of examples. This latest attempt for the Senate and the House passed some so-called ends to the Iran conflict, and it is meaningless. It is absolutely symbolic. It has no merit.
It's absolutely not symbolic, though. Not for the reasons that you think it's symbolic. It's symbolic, accomplished. But what I am in opposition of is trying to accomplish them outside of the way that our system was set. It's a system of checks and balances. They are supposed to.
They have just stopping and slowing trucks in general. By delaying his. It probably did this to Obama too. Absolutely. Delaying Supreme Court nominations, delaying nominations to certain secretary positions. A lot of the checks that are in play for Congress to try and control the president. I think that the Democrats, or I should just say, whatever party is opposite to the party of the president in a given session, I think they do try and leverage every power that they have. I don't know if I would say they're going beyond the powers that they have, because it often is obvious that they're trying to do is somewhat futile. Because, for example, there was one of his the pseudo secretary positions that ended up being vacant for months and months and months and months, and the person just ended up being acting secretary of X for a really long time, and then so it basically was useless and futile. But I don't know, I kind of get what Elle is saying, but I also feel like the more powers example was a bad one, because that actually is Congress's power.
Yeah, I think the friction we're seeing is not a bug, it's a feature. They're supposed to be fighting each other. And so we have two perfect examples. He challenged birthright citizenship, and the Supreme Court said no. But then he challenged something like TPS, and the Supreme Court said yes to you. And that's the way it's supposed to be. I think, however, but the Democrats are screaming like little babies, because when he got elected the first time, it was a great shock. It was the end of the world. And then he got elected they're doing everything they can to limit that, what the effectiveness and how much it does. The drop value, yes, we know what the three branches of government are. And yes,
I don't think everyone really knows.
Yeah, but you didn't seem so sure about 3 minutes ago when you were talking to Al. So,
Yeah, it's very condescending. Like, did you read the book? Did you do the homework? It's like condescending position. So I also want to point out, I brought up Parliament model in the United Kingdom because I think that's the bad system where there's so much churn, there's so much coming and going with the prime minister position, and so there's no long-term thinking in that system. There's no accountability for the decisions being made by the prime minister position in the United Kingdom. The parliament there can equally distribute the blame and the accountability for bad decisions, bad policy. The failures get spread all around parliament. They're never held to the prime minister because they're constantly coming and going from the easily passed no confident vote from parliament. They can easily get rid of the prime minister in any popular hysteria against the prime minister. So that's the horrible system, and that's what Congress in the United States is trying to do to the executive branch. They're trying to make it
attempting to check the power of one of the other co-equal branches of government when it oversteps is not enacting England-style parliamentary system in the U.S. Categorically, carte blanche.
Same thing with the royal family. They have no power whatsoever. They're simply the symbolic former Saudi representative. So they stay, of course, because they have no accountability on the bad policy, the failures of the parliament. It's just ruled by bureaucracy in that system. No one's held accountable.
The sovereign of England can dismiss the prime minister at any time. So to say he does not have political power is just false.
When was that done last, though? I agree with you, that's true. But when was that done? And politically, what would the fallout be?
Correct. Yeah. So that system does have its own, whether hard or soft accountability measures. But to say that the sovereign of England is just put on stand.
I don't think the conservatives are unjustly annoyed by the Democrats, and we can assume that the majority of the populace in the United States voted for, especially with Trump being so vocal about what he was going to do. And there's a sense of, well, this is a president who was elected, and the Democrats refuse to accept that. And are, when you look at things like lawfare and lawsuits and judges claiming, judges ruling that, well, the president can't do this, or the one where the judge, I think it was Mosberg, told him to turn the plate around. All of those kinds of actions, when they are clearly in the realm of the executive branch, those come off as being a little bit, it's spilt milk because they've lost the election.
Well, but Alan, what is one thing that the Democrats in Congress have done in this era of Trump that's more extreme than when Congress prevented Obama from nominating Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court?
What was more extreme than that was, I think it was Fillmore. There was a Democratic-controlled Congress, and the Whig president put up 3 nominees, and all 3 nominees were rejected by the Democratically controlled Senate, not Congress. that person was confirmed to the Supreme Court. This is nothing new. Within the first election of Supreme Court justices under George Washington, they were fighting over who was going to be nominated to the Supreme Court. This is nothing new, but to call it extreme or unprecedented, that was one of the things that what's his face, Turtle face. Yeah, Mitch McConnell understood. The Democrats, you want something in more recent history with Judge Moore. What the Democrats did with him was a total evisceration of his character. Ted Kennedy and the rest of them said this guy is not going to become a Supreme Court justice, and that set the precedent from that point on. So yeah, but first of all, it's not unprecedented. Second of all, I would disagree that it's extreme.
I mean, you said this is nothing new, but then went back to the big party. So
yeah, I know, but then yes, I understand, but I brought up Judge Moore.
Sure, but I have to know
my Star Trek.
What has Congress done in the Trump?
That's pretty extreme.
Lying about Russian involvement, using the government.
Did nothing. He's still
No. You can't say that. I don't think you can claim that. I mean, you could argue on both sides of people who'll either be, yeah, this is great, or no, this is a witch trial. It's people, there are still people in the middle who will think if the president's being impeached, he must have done something wrong, just on the face value. So you could make the argument, nobody cared. I think that would be true of conservatives, but I don't know, swing voters. I mean, I would say it's the same thing when the week before the election, the investigation into Hillary Clinton's laptop and emails was reopened. That had a significant effect on her chances of getting elected. And as we saw, it did affect it.
I actually think that was a salient example of liberty. And also, I would say when you were describing the effects of the impeachment, the two impeachments, I thought you were going to say something else, which I thought you were going to say it was designed to just be a roadblock to everything going on in the administration, so that they have to expend all their resources fighting this impeachment, and it therefore puts a stop to everything else going on in their agenda. I thought that's what you were going to say.
Well, I think the impeachment thing is like a fair counter. Like I do, but I still think it was less impactful in the end. I think it got more attention for sure, and it could have been impactful. I mean, if the Senate had voted to impeach him also, then it could have been a major issue, but they didn't. So I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a fine example. I'm just still butthurt. I'm never gonna get over it. I'm still butthurt about it, about the hypocrisy. So I'm just gonna have to live with that. Get some memory green.
You're gonna have to get over it since Liberty. I'm sorry. You have until 5 o'clock. Otherwise.
Okay, wait, hold on. We're going away from my phone. But the hypocrisy in regards to what?
When they blocked Merrick Garland's appointment and then let Trump appoint someone after he had significant less time left in his term, that hypocrisy. I think it was Gorsuch. Was it Gorsuch or was it Kavanaugh that he did with 3 months left in his term when they wouldn't let Obama nominate Merrick Garland when he had 9 months left in his term?
I think that was Scalia.
Scalia? What do you mean Scalia?
That was the one that they blocked. I mean, right? When there was you're talking about Trump, the one that they replaced. You're talking.
I mean, it might have been Scalia's replacement for Trump.
No, so yeah,
argument that was given was essentially like, well, prior for Obama, when he went to nominate Merrick Garland, they said this was like the retrospective judge first place tells you that the people have spoken and the people give Congress the power to make these decisions. But I just think that's ridiculous because the people gave the power to the president when he was elected, and Congress has some control over, who he appoints, but not absolute and total. Which was stupid. That was stupid.
I mean, it was never an official rule of the Senate, but that was what they used as a justification. They were saying that Cody Barrett did not lie.
Was that Nehru pointing out hypocrisy among the Democrats?
I mean, I think both sides are hypocritical, but to me, like, I was just pointing out the rationale is that.
No, but I want to recognize you right now. It's like a tiny little crack in the metaphorical windshield of your woke bubble or protective layer that you view the world through. I'm proud of you, Amber. That's all.
But yeah, hatred is definitely okay. Definitely.
Most leftists and asleep when they talk, or is this just you?
No, this is Negro's verbal cadence.
Albert, are you okay?
He has a beautiful speaking voice, and he's very welcoming.
Albert
That's what it is. Going deep.
Oh. Albert's been grouchy for the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
He's still waiting for the black swan. I'm allowed to be grouchy.
Yeah, and you know what else? Go ahead.
Well, sorry, I was going to change the subject. I just want to know I want to know what Kristen said. I saw there was a chat that Tiffany said, like, not your rude bitch. And then, what did Kristen say?
Oh no.
Girl fight.
What happened?
Oh, no girl fight. She's just not welcome in my space. Yeah, you shouldn't talk shit about people when they're not around. Doesn't tend to work out well for you.
Add it to the shit book.
That's right.
Yeah, no, that never works out.
No, it absolutely doesn't. And everybody on Clubhouse has got a big old fat mouth. They can't wait to go run and tell when you're talking mad money cash shit about somebody. So, no. She just liked to make it a habit to go to another room every day and bitch and complain about all of the people in this room and how fucking miserable they all made her. Yet she repeatedly came day after day after day so that she could then turn around and go and talk mad cash money shit about everybody to a whole other room of people. And when I get screenshots from chats and them talking about, the enemy of serendipity is a friend of mine, get the fuck out of my space. I didn't ask you to be here. I ain't pinging your shit. You don't have to be here. If it makes you that uncomfortable and you want to go bitch about it every single fucking night to 10 other people, don't fucking come.
Alright, to be
And if you do, you're gonna get a little note in the chat that says, not your real bitch. Keep it moving.
This is the one who commented in the enemy of goodness and friend of mine.
Yeah, fucking psycho shot without self in the face myth who likes to write fuck you serendipity all over his body and wear it in his PTR. No, get the fuck out of my face. Like,
toes. And to be around me. I'm not asking you to be here. I'm sure the shit don't ever ping her ass. So she's nothing but a tone policing, two-faced bitch. And she's not welcome here. So if she wants to come and be made uncomfortable, I will fucking make her uncomfortable. I'll give her something to go bitch at other people.
I wish she hadn't done that. I really liked her.
Who
decided they were just gonna like use your space for chisme? Mm-hmm. That's the Spanish word for gossip. They decided they were gonna do that. Kristen. Purple-flowered, obnoxious, annoying, tone policing Kristen. So just, you want to be here, I'm going to give you something to go gossip about.
That is annoying when that happens. If she talks shit about you, she can find the door.
That's right.
Your message, by the way, if you haven't.
Wait, you sent him a message?
Monica.
Oh. Did you get them on?
I can look for it in a bit.
That's okay, just letting you know what's in there.
Thank you, Adam.
Monica, did you get my gift?
Did I? Eyes were closed.
It's for 250-year celebration. It's a gift.
Nice, thank you.
Happy birthday, America.
Thank you.
I'm gonna resist the urge to try and be peacemaker and try and resolve things.
Me too, Liberty. That is something you have to struggle not to do. No.
Because I did talk to her a little bit and tried to smooth things over, and it was just really difficult. Where it was like, oh no, I don't think this is gonna work. Because it was I was explaining to her what happened in the room when she got all mad about it, and it was she was just wouldn't accept my explanation. You know, it was but I don't understand. Why was this upsetting to you? You know, and she's just well, there's just a lot of passive aggressive behavior in that space. And I'm just okay, but why are you still mad about this thing? Because I feel I've made it really clear that this thing that you were originally upset about isn't what you thought it was. And she just would not accept my explanation, and it was very frustrating because I hate that I was part of it. You know, it was kind of my fault. And I think that's what kills me the most, is I really liked her.
What was your fault?
Well, so she was going at it with Alan, and maybe this is why I hold some negative feelings towards Alan, because I blame him for this too. But he was telling Kristen that she talks too much, and it was oh well, that's rich, you know. So I made a poll in the chat, and I was who's a bigger yapper? And I put Kristen and I put Alan. And so that, you know, because my goal was for her to get some kind of support in the room that she's not as big of a yapper as Alan is.
Wait, I didn't know that. That's how I thought that she had said to Alan, he's a yapper, and then you were supporting Alan, so you were supporting her with them.
Yeah.
You know what? This whole thing, you didn't do anything wrong, Liberty, because when I first, and like I said, I thought it was you were actually supporting Alan on that, and I was look, I don't understand you're mad. This is such a nothing burger, and you know she has made some not nice comments to people. He said if you joke over to other people, you can't expect her to not to joke back. But now knowing that you were supporting her, this is insanely ridiculous. And I had a conversation with her that day about it too. I thought it was over. I heard her venting about it in the other room. I let it go because people vent, they don't care. But they told me that
John Kitover, Chicago Mayoral candidate running in the 2027 election, February 23rd to defeat.
Bullying her, and they were finally take it up with them.
Bigger yapper, you know, and 100% of the people who voted in the poll voted for Alan. And so then when I pointed that out, I was I just want to point out that the poll results are in, and it's 100% for Alan being the bigger yapper. And then she got butthurt that no one had voted for her. And then I was wait, what? You know, and so I think she misunderstood the poll or something. I don't know, because then it was it was just super weird, because she was really, no one's gonna fucking vote for me, you guys suck. And then we were all wait, is she
why would she want people to say she's a bigger yapper? Like, the whole thing was so confusing, and then she, like, stormed out, and I, like, tried to explain to her. I was like, Kristen, like, do you know what a yapper is? Like, people were saying that Ellen talks more than you, and then all she got out of my explanation, like, well, people weren't supporting me enough when Alan was saying I talk too much. And it's just like, what do you mean? Like, the 100% of people who voted and said that Alan talks more than you? I just, like, it was so weird.
And like I said, she's made very unkind comments to other people, like, really, really, and when she had nothing to do with the conversation, so it's not, somebody like Callie, right? Callie never says anything mean, right? So if Callie said, I don't like them, I'd be like, yeah, I don't like when people are mean either to you. You never have a nasty thing to say. That's not the case for Kristen. I've heard her say some pretty terrible things to people. So to act like this is just insane. Liberty, the more I hear about it, the more pissed off I get, because it's kinder to her than I thought the whole situation was, which I thought was no big deal to begin with. And she also said to me that nobody supported it. And I was like, look, I said, I didn't even hear most of what was going on. So I said, I hope you're not talking about me. And I said, I still don't understand what you're angry about. And I thought it, like I said, and then she kind of ended it like, at that conversation, like, oh, let me just cool down. And I didn't say anything else to her about it. I was like, I'm not going to feed into this nonsense drama. And to drag it on, like, I think she was trying to get that group to be her friend and like sort of be against this group, like kind of like trying to make like little rivalry teams, and she wanted that group on her side. I think that's what was going on.
I'm glad we had this discussion. Thank you, Callie, for whoever mentioned it in the chat, because I think it's good.
Well, I think what it shows, because the same thing happened to me yesterday, Liberty, is if you get in between two people fighting, you're probably going to get hit too. I got in between Monica and Stilgar, and I got some flack for that as well. That's just a natural consequence. But I want to also add that the fact that she didn't understand what was going on with the poll in the room, and then it was to her benefit, first of all, makes me laugh, and second of all, proves that I was right all along. So there, I'm very...
Even if it was the opposite way, right? And then the first time in 30 years, people woke up his back. It's such nothing.
And that's my reaction.
Yeah.
One tournament it's been so far voted against me, and you will all get a strongly worded letter in the chat.
The wag of the finger.
Over the that you've committed against me with your vote.
Exactly, Alan. Like you.
I feel like I recognize that about her, which is why I was kind of trying to support her, because I feel like I recognize, like, oh, she's someone who kind of probably wants to have backup, so that's why I was trying to.
I went to Baghdad, Iraq, to walk around as a gecko. I played flute with a man on the street, got beat up by children, got in a bubble gun fight, and made a lot of new friends.
Always defended her.
The U.S. government...
And this was kind of like... Attention. I felt like she was using that
What are your thoughts after a full day of this?
What's an energy, man? The energy that we've been getting from people, the interactions, all the spontaneous, like, unplanned conversations that we have. I feel like
modern and affluent part of Baghdad. We went to this coffee shop, which is basically the equinox of Iraq. It had pastries.
How is it? I know.
Do you? Yeah. Oh, why is it disgusting? I like you.
gecko therapy session with the audience. 2026 will be my 4th tour.
A little mean sometimes, you know, like I can appreciate somebody who like says how they calls it how it is, and you know can kind of just be like, oh, I think that what you just said was kind of rude, you know, like blah, blah, like I can really appreciate that about a person. I've always appreciated that she was kind of sharing her mind, you know, even though I do feel like she wasn't always super tactful. And she definitely wasn't like if you can dish it, you got to be able to take it person. She was really sensitive, even though she definitely dished it out and couldn't take it the same way she was dishing it, you know. So that is a character flaw for sure. But like, I don't know. I just liked her. So I'm just kind of bummed what happened.
And like I said, I walked in at the tail end of her talking about my time, and I didn't say anything. What started this whole thing and why it came up, she sent me a message and said, Bussy is trying to start a fight between her and me. So I said to Bussy, I said, what is this? You're trying to start a fight between Kristen and me? He's like, what? So he's like, geez, so that's why he was like, she was talking shit about Snatch, and finally we were like, take it up with the group, you know. And then Kristen said at one point that she's like, well, Bussy said to ping you in the room. I said, when you say he's trying to start shit, it sounds like something that is not what happened. That's how the whole thing came out. It was because of her message to me, and then you couldn't Bussy. He's like, that's, you know, he's like, I was not, that's ridiculous, you know. So, you know.
You know, if someone asked me to be kinder to her in the future if she comes back, I will try.
That's really big of you, man.
Forgiveness is a great thing. Yeah, it is actually. I've actually learned that forgiveness is better for some forgiving.
Wait. But serendipity doesn't like. So what's the end game?
Well, I don't think there is one. I don't think she's the kind of person where I think she's just too sensitive. Like I feel like I don't think there's like a path forward probably for like reconciliation. So like it's probably just like she's just probably not gonna come around here anymore, you know.
Well, whose side are you?
Well, Liberty, if you have some guilt towards me, since you said you like people whose mind, I think.
Yeah, you just gained 2 points. Yeah.
Well, now that we caught up on the he said, she said.
This is John Kitover, Chicago Mayoral candidate, running in the February 23rd, 2027 election.
I would like everyone in this room to pledge their fealty to our monarch, serendipity.
That's actually amazing. That's actually pretty funny. Go ahead.
Protector of the 7 realms of Clubhouse.
Definitely deserves it, by the way.
Queen of the first men in the Andals. First of her name.
I gave my tithe.
Mother of trees.
Mother of miscreants. Not committed watcher of House of Dragons.
Derisive. I told Cheyenne, I was like, I have a suggestion. I was like, okay, we have an hour drive. I was like, what if we downloaded season 2 of House of Dragons and we just listened to it / watched it like passively on our 8-hour drive, so that way we can get caught up and watch the new season when we get back.
You gotta watch it. I don't think.
But I think they already watched it once, so they're just catching up, right?
Yeah, just rewatching it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, you better get caught up. Yeah, because
I know. At the current rate, it'd be like a year before it'd be season
I thought
three.
you'd never seen it. Yeah, I think you'll recall everything once you're listening to it.
We're like actively watching like 5 different shows right now, so it's just really hard to keep up.
Get that thing from Clockwork Orange.
I think it's time for you to borrow the Sweetness at the Bottom of the Pie by Alan Bradley audiobook about Flavia Deluxe and listen to it on your car.
So Cheyenne won't listen to it unless there's some sort of creature with an extremely large penis that's gonna have glorious sex over and over and over again. That's
Well,
her
it's
requirement for books.
13-year-old Edwardian detective. So that is likely not in the book.
She doesn't like it when the creature has its way with her, does she?
I don't know what that means. I don't have sex, I only make love, so.
Here we go, genitalia again.
It's alien genitalia.
What if we never talked about genitalia on Clubhouse?
Well, goodbye. I have a new game recently. It's like an icebreaker party game.
I know those descriptions of genitalia, but I appreciate those words.
I'm done with training, you guys.
I was told not to kink shame, so okay, Necro.
You're told not to what?
Kink shame.
Kink shame. Yeah, I'm glad they understand you.
I don't think they're my limits. I think they're my standards, and people keep breaking them.
Yeah, well, I'm already unforgivable.
Who said? Look, you can't be more of an evil. You cannot be more of an evil villain than people think you're an evil villain. It gives self-aggrandizement. You can't brag about you being evil. You just have the label assigned to you, and then fight it.
I don't consider myself evil, but I'm definitely unforgivable.
Why do you say that? That bothers me.
It's kind of.
Why does it bother me?
It's kind of a inside joke from a PTR.
What is your PTR about?
It's basically things. Are you calling people evil? Like, what do you mean by you're evil? Let's start with that.
He said unforgivable.
Oh, my bad. Unforgivable. Go ahead. Unforgivable. It's just kind of something that I used to say. Like, people said that I'm definitely going to hell. I say I'm already unforgivable according to your religion. So this is a religious label? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
What religion doesn't have a redemption arc, though?
Well, I mean, the fact is, though, it's like I am unforgivable according to Christianity. So.
Wait, Christianity? What? Huh?
Yeah.
Did he understand
what?
Based on what? I mean, Jesus said anybody who commits blasphemy of the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, so.
Gio said that?
No, Jesus.
What?
No, there's always room for forgiveness. There's always, that's why we.
Not according to Christ.
No, that's someone's flawed interpretation.
I know. I just play on that, though. I'm pretty sure Christ said you can be forgiven. Kelly, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's it. I'm just over here doing stuff.
How many people one person several times or like 5 people?
I mean, I've lost count.
Actually, if you think about how it would be full of the people that you want to avoid, right? Because that's the
What are you talking about? Curfew being.
So you're using religion to kind of justify your actions, and then you're looking for sympathy.
Serendipity.
No, I'm not looking for sympathy.
He's just teasing. That's the whole point of this. The Democratic Party, if not a takeover as the Republicans are suggesting, and I think some of those who are, quote, sounding the alarm, close quote, are resorting to hyperbole by using the term communism instead of socialism. But there certainly is a frustration among many that this country is not as responsive to the needs of a lot of people, and what the Democratic Socialists in particular stand for seems to resonate with a lot of people. So, what do the Democratic Socialists stand for? They believe that, this is from their website, I'm reading this, that both the economy and society should be run democratically by working people to meet human needs rather than to generate private profit for wealthy ruling class. They consider themselves a big tent activist organization, not a traditional political party. It is an organization. It's not a party, and they're all running as Democrats, of course. They seek to dismantle capitalism. An important aspect of their platform. They want to dismantle capitalism through a combination of electoral politics, labor organizing, and community activism. I will point out that from somebody who came from the progressive movement, no longer is, so she refers to herself as a Republican progressive, that this is her perspective, but I don't think it's off base, that the typical TSA member is college educated. Many of them, the majority of them are white. Many of them don't even have jobs because they are career students, or maybe they do now have jobs at a certain point in order to pay back student loans. They come from, a lot of them, from positions of wealth, etc. They are not necessarily working class people for whom they say they are fighting. It doesn't mean you have to be a working class person to do that. So now, let me just talk about their core ideological beliefs. In addition to their anti-capitalism and their belief in democratic control, they see a difference between socialism and social democracy. So, from their side, unlike Scandinavian social democracies, which regulate capitalism through high taxes, the DSA's ultimate goal is to transition completely away from a capitalistic system toward a collective. They view the struggles against racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia as deeply intertwined with the fight against capitalism. A lot of people in the Democratic Party are taking notice. Let me just say this. Hakeem Jeffries, who were in the midterm elections, the House of Representatives, is in trouble because within the Democratic Party there's a debate. How did you lose these 3 seats to Mamdani-endorsed people in New York? That's your state. How did you lose that? It's a big question that the Democrats have to wrestle with, in my opinion. At any rate, that's their domestic views on economic restructuring. They believe in, and again, I'm reading from their website, guarantees for basic human needs through state-funded programs like single payer Medicare for all, universal free children, child care, and free public transit. Sound familiar? Mom Donnie says this all the time. They want to institute stronger tenant protections. They believe in social housing. Get rid of the capitalism and put in social housing. I don't know who's going to fix the plumbing, but this is what they believe. Raising the minimum wage, which we've seen in some cases where it gets raised too much, the prices get out of control. And implementing a 32-hour work week with no loss of pay. Well, I'm for that. Why couldn't that be something into largesse. They wanted to fund the cops, they wanted to fund the prisons, and they want to instead take that money and invest heavily in social workers and community resources. Now, for many liberal Democrats who happen to be Jewish or Zionists, while not being Jewish, their foreign policy is very disconcerting. They talk about a strict anti-imperialist framework. They have an international committee. Does this sound less like socialism, more like communism? They are anti-war and for demilitarization. They wanted to fund the military. They want to close overseas U.S. military bases. And they want to lift all foreign economic sanctions.
We were struck by Rushdi's German optimism about his ability to work out a reconciliation with Islam.
They demanded U.S. universities and institutions divest from Israel. They show strong opposition to traditionalist foreign policy alliances.
It seems to me in this country, I don't believe that there are very many people who seriously anyway are. I don't believe that's in the United States. I don't think most Muslims like most people obviously the judge and will protect very few It was hard passing on this next piece of information to Rushdie, but just 2 days before in Tehran, I had asked Rajai Khorassani, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Iranian Parliament, if he could foresee the lifting of the death sentence.
Although I know the Republican Party is pushing this idea that socialists is certainly taking notice of the losses that they suffered to these Democratic Socialist upstarts and they have to recognize that there's a popular change and they have to recognize the transition from the neoconservative Republican Party to the Republican Party that they began with a small upstart group that was loosely referred to as the Tea Party. And I think these folks are probably better organized and better funded than the Tea Party was. So I think, if nothing else, we should sit up and take notice as a country, as a society, to the direction that these folks are trying to push the Democratic Party and how comfortable we feel about this. And I will tell you this. If I'm a Democrat and I am feeling that Trump is such a horrible president, that I'm feeling like it's a certainty that we're going to take over the House of Representatives at least, and possibly the Senate in November, I would be very, very much concerned about what the Republicans will be embracing by virtue of this win and the others to which I referred. as a socialist or maybe even a communist takeover of the Democratic Party to scare the bejeebers out of the independent voters, so that maybe they will vote Republican in sufficient numbers so that the Republicans can retain the House and the Senate and for the President of the United States. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing for the last 2 years of his presidency? And to my Democratic friends, if they hear this suggestion, they are going to respond with horrified exclamations of dismay, without question. So I will start calling people in the order in which I see them, and today that order begins with Boaz, followed by Marshall. Boaz, I never know which side you're going to fall on an issue. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
I am, first of all, good evening, Gary. Good evening to everyone. I am monumentally disappointed, you, Gary, that you forgot to mention the cow farts. The cow farts, the elimination of all the cows in the United States, and okay, I'll catch you on the back later. These communists, okay, they want to open the borders, defund the police, downsize the military, eliminate cows because of the cow farts, of course. Social housing. I mean, I'm not so much against social housing as long as we know where it's coming from, the money's coming from. And a 32-hour work week, listen, I'm all for it. But the question is, what do we continue to do to pay the worker for a 40-hour work week or a 48-hour work week? I don't know. I'm not sure that's going to work. Let's go to foreign affairs. You mentioned Israel. You know what I find hypocritical about that, Gary? And they say, stop supporting Israel. Don't give them money. Genocide. They're screaming up and down and sideways. But we found out something very interesting. I'm not trying to sidetrack because we are talking about the communists of America. But let's not forget that if we're going to talk about money and how to save money, which is all these crazy ideas that the communists are bringing up, let's save money by creating all these social programs, and everybody won't have to worry about where this next dollar is going to come from. Yet when we, the United States of America, are at war with Iran, and we ask NATO, which we have invested trillions of dollars in, we asked them to help us in the Straits of Hormuz, they all turned us down. So my point being is that when these communists are looking for ways to save money and to downsize and save money, what about NATO? Why don't we just drop NATO? What do we need NATO for? NATO is costing we are the biggest contributors to NATO in money and in equipment. We always have been. And Gary, if you compare what we spent on NATO as opposed to what we spent on Israel, NATO beats Israel by far. We all can agree to that. So there's a lot of hypocritical BS going on here with these communists, as I call them. They call themselves socialists because the socialist is a dampening and easier word to describe communism. Communism, we all know that is a word that comes from the Cold War. It's a word that rings in our ears. So socialism, they kind of like to ease their way and say, okay, we're not communists, but they are communists, most definitely. And look, Gary, if the United States of America lets these communists take over the political system, the United States is done for. We might as well pack up and go there somewhere else, because they will turn this country into a couple of things that we don't want. Number one, they'll turn it into every city will have a Mamdani. Okay, let's see if these communists want to have Mamdani as a mayor in every city here in the United States. And I can go on and on with that, but what can I tell you, Gary? It's communism, absolutely.
Could you explain to us the difference between a socialist, a democratic socialist, and a communist? Like, what would make them communist as opposed to a socialist? Did you hear me, Boaz, or no?
Yeah, my mic was off. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
You're asking me what the difference is? Well, the answer is very easy. There is no difference. How do you like that for an answer?
Well, I mean, there are differences. I mean, historically, and people that study this and stuff. Okay, so you're saying that these are, in your mind, they're synonyms. It's a distinction without a difference. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So, boys, what about the Democratic Party? Do they have to accommodate these folks? And if so, how far can they accommodate them without this question becoming a fait accompli that people will perceive that the socialists are taking over the Democratic?
A question for me, Gary?
Only if your name is Boaz.
So far, it still is. Well, you say accommodate them. The Democratic, what does that mean, accommodate them? Do they have a choice? I mean, these elected officials like Bernie Sanders and AOC and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, all of them, they're elected officials. How do you not? It's not a matter of accommodating them. They're there. They were elected by their constituents. They're in the Congress, and they're standing up for communism. So I mean, you can't just get rid of them. They're elected.
I know, but you're talking about a handful of people, right? You're talking about a handful of people. So if you're going to go by the numbers, there's no way that the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party.
Well, I never said that they were. I never said that they were.
No, but I'm asking you the question. And but if there are sufficient, if there's a movement afoot that the Democrats are taking notice of, and when I say accommodate, I'm saying not in terms of who you can control who gets elected, but in terms of pivoting to meet what they may perceive as a new demand from people on the left that's being spearheaded by the Democratic Socialists of America. At what point does that become injurious to the Democratic Party, I guess is.
If you're asking me in simple terms, are they going to take over the Democratic Party? I'd say not anytime soon, but it's a growing trend. There's no question about that. This is a growing trend, and I think that the edge that they have over moderate Democrats and whatever kind of Democrats you want to call them, what you want to label them, the reason why they're growing is because they're making offers to people that are in need. And most of the people in the United States live from check to check. So it is a lot easier to relate to those people and tell them, hey, listen, we'll give you a 40-hour or a 30-hour work week. We'll give you free grocery stores. We'll give you free housing. And when they hear things like that, that's what draws them to these lies. Because at the end of the day, Gary, where the hell is the money going to go?
I mean, the saving grace of the Republican Party is the Democratic Party. Before I address the partisan nature, try to address, in good faith, my friends who are in the Democratic Party. I think sitting where they sit, the more moderate ones are not in favor of some of the extremist stuff. I think the more moderate ones are in favor of moving away from capitalism. I don't think the moderate ones are in favor of divesting from Israel. I don't think they're in favor of getting rid of police or prisons or getting rid of borders. I think that if you asked Democrats who work in the party, moderate Democrats, they would probably tell you that there's an inter-party civil war of some kind, and that progressives seem to be gaining steam, you talk to progressives, and progressives will tell you all the time how the DCCC blocks their way, about how the Democratic Central Campaign Committee blocks their way, despite the fact that there's some members in Congress. I think they would probably say something to the effect of, look, Marshall, our party has a bunch of these progressives in it, but they represent nowhere near a sizable majority. In fact, they're in the minority. And they would probably say something to the effect of, hey, we don't believe in this crazy stuff. We'll do what we can to push it down. Looking at the Republican Party as an example of what happens when the wings get control. The wings get control in primaries. They win primaries, and then they lose generals. A good example for me is the Tea Party Christine O'Donnell, the I'm not a witch lady. She represented an extreme version of republicanism. And Christine O'Donnell lost her election. So in safe Democratic seats, which is where some of these are running, they will probably win. In competitive Democratic seats, if they pull them up, it'll be hard. Now, the populist competition will be stiff in places where it's a MAGA Republican versus a progressive Democrat. I say that my state house race is between the gentleman named Julio Salas, who's backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, and running against a gentleman named Gary Groves, who's a MAGA-backed candidate. And it'll be the two crazies going up against each other. As just a general thought, not having borders, getting rid of the police, divesting from Israel, all those things sound absolutely batty to me. And there will be things that we Republicans will use. We will say, hey, so-and-so said they wanted to abolish prisons, and I can imagine there being ads about prisoners that Democrats will let out, and they're going to smear the moderate ones just like they're going to take the progressives and smear the moderates in the same way that the Democrats took them. The person running in the district against the progressive is more moderate, more sane sounding. I did at the very beginning of this try to give the best good faith indication. From the outside looking in, it looks like the Democratic Party is experiencing what the Republican Party experienced in the 2011s, 12s, and 14s. And how much they purity test their own candidates will depend on how well they do in generals. So it's more of a mixed message than what Boaz sent you. I generally breaking news. Some of these views, they're nuts. In the same way that the unitary executive view is nuts, getting rid of prisons and capitalism is nuts. It's just nuts. So I think you're going to have two kinds of elections in the general. I think you're going to have crazies versus crazies, and then crazies versus moderates. And depending on what side of the aisle you're on, what candidate that is, will depend on which crazy it is, right? If it's a MAGA crazy versus a Democratic moderate, the Democratic moderate probably stands a better chance. If it's a Democratic progressive crazy versus a Republican moderate, the Republican moderate probably stands a better chance, because they will be able to point at things that these folks believe or say they believe, like repealing capitalism to get rid of them. And I do want to end on this last thing. Socialism and communism become more appealing when wealth disparity is at its greatest, when people can't afford food or health care. As I understand it, health care makes up about 30% of all spending for people, and it makes up about 30%
We are following breaking news of a deadly...
That's 60% of your income in groceries and health care. If the system doesn't figure out how to work this, the crazy wings of both parties will unite. And they will come together.
What is this fucking retard talking about?
So
the crazy?
They are
wings of both parties will unite.
As a Republican, because I imagine most Republicans don't do this, to try to faithfully represent the views of my Democratic friends, because most of my Democratic friends do not believe in crazy stuff. They're sane. They want a good world just like I do. They want to be able to put food on the table,
Really?
families on vacation. They want to live a good life. And so I want to make sure that I'm not smearing them at the same time as I'm trying to describe the wing of their party. Now, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Marshall Allen. Are you with us today? For those who are uninitiated, Alan is a single proprietor of a business, and sometimes he's here and sometimes he isn't, or he's here.
No,
sometimes he has customers.
I'm here, but I like to listen and answer to Scott. He asked a question. I mean, Social Democrat say something, but at the bottom they are exactly works as a it's called communism. That's just about it.
There is a distinction, but I will point this out as maybe an explanation of why people can't see that distinction, to get your feedback, if you don't mind. And that is, this group to which we are referring calls themselves the Democratic Socialists of America. So they are espousing that they are socialists, not communists. And yet, as Bo has pointed out, many of the things in their platform certainly sound like some kind of communist manifesto. And in fact, it occurs to me that I've heard
We are following
many of these same
breaking news.
Points espoused by a friend of mine who is a devout communist. So the lines, I think, may be a little blurred, but to the bigger issue, how does this affect the Democratic Party? Are they, if not taking over, certainly impacting the Democratic Party? And is it positively or is it negatively?
Well, okay, before I get to that, I think this is, I think that if we're going to just say distinctions are meaningless, I have friends that say, what's the difference between a fascist and a Zionist, right? I mean, there's all sorts of games we can play with this, right? What's the difference between a Republican and a racist, right? I mean, we could just do those games all day, right?
Or a Republican and a fascist, Scott.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we could do this all day. I mean, or comparisons of Trump to Hitler, all this stuff. I mean, we can do emotive, imprecise parsing of things, or lack of parsing all day. I mean, and this would cease to be the critical thing for us.
Yeah, but Scott, I read on their own website what their platform is, and that platform is very closely aligned with the platform that I've heard my communist friend espouse.
Before we continue, Gary, do you think you could drop that platform in the chat? I've had several people ask they'd like to read the platform.
Well, I'll tell you what, you could go to...
I can look for it.
I know. They can go to dsa.org. It frustrates me that people who are on the internet ask me to do their research for them when they can do it themselves. Go to dsa.org, I believe, is the link. Just type in Democratic Socialists of America. It'll take you to the website, and you can read exactly what I just read. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, Gary, I think, first off, policy, we have to talk specifically about policies. And people can have policy alignments to radically different movements, could have the same party, could have the same policy. The Bernie Sanders of 2016 had the same border policy as Donald Trump does today. And we wouldn't say those two go out there just because their border policy said them. We wouldn't say we're kind of the same feather. They're not, right? I mean, so, yeah, and again, I think any political scientists or people that take radically different between a social democrat and a straight socialist. I mean, these things are all meaningful distinctions, right? I don't think they're just distinctions without differences. And again, I find painting with such broad strokes. Just, I don't know. I think it's emotionally gratifying sometimes, but I just don't think it evokes anything like critical thinking. But what do I? So then let's just do Democratic socialists and people like Mamdani to the woman who won in Denver, and because of the goodies, right? Because they're being promised goodies. But that gives popularity for populism left and right, right? I mean, it's not just on the left, it's on the right. I don't think it's just economic promises. I don't think it's just handouts from the government, although that is the form populism takes on the left. I think it's the fact that people think the system isn't working. They feel alienated from the system. And that leads to extreme populism on all sides of the aisle. And again, I think that the extreme populism looks different on the right than it does on the left. I do want to read just
We are following breaking news.
In light of yesterday's Supreme Court decision, okay, the editor, Sean Davis, the editor, CEO, and founder of the Federalist, right? This is not a marginal publication. I'm sure Marshall knows it. His response to the citizenship, to the birthright citizenship decision, among a few things, was deny entry to all pregnant foreigners, deny entry to the country to all female foreigners, require sterilization of all foreign visitors prior to entry. I mean, these are is that republicanism? No, of course not, right? I don't think it's, even though that guy's a pretty prominent guy and not a marginal figure in the Republican Party, but of course I don't look at that and say that's wrong. Let me give you a sense of scale here.
We are following breaking news of a deadly shooting in
now 45 million registered voters who identify as Democrats. There are about 100,000 official members of the Democratic Socialists of America. So if all 100,000 joined the Democratic Party and became activists, that would be 0.00222%, right? I don't think there's any danger of a takeover at all. Now, I mean, I do think
tacos on the lake front.
there's a legitimate question.
Tacos against that is from small fishing. I do that with my dad. We are following breaking news of a deadly shooting.
Have the lion's share of the party, right? I mean, that has happened. Populism has taken over on the right. Donald Trump can sink just about any primary candidacy, even if people damn well know, a lot of people know, that his primary candidates likely will lose to the Democrat in the general election. They'll still support him, right? I don't think we're anywhere near that place in the Democratic Party. Look at where these DSA folks win, right? I mean, they win. Denver is one of the bluest districts.
We are following breaking news of a deadly
bluer than that, right? I mean, come on. This is where, I mean, when these people start winning in Omaha, in Pennsylvania, my state, right? I mean, geez, look at federal mainstream Democrats. A lot more. Again, we made a terrible mistake 2 times, right? What I will give my Republican friends, and I will give, Bush's and the Nikki Haley's, and said, no, these are not the people of the moment. This is not the candidate of the moment. We want the damn system blown up. And what we did was run people that said, preserve the system, preserve the system, preserve the system. And what is more inane politically, running as the conservative in the race, as the traditionalist, as the establishment person, quite deliberately. So I do think Democrats ignore the political climate, which is crying out for a populist response. Again, I don't want to say that the DSA and all of its social story is the property.
We are following
to dismiss it. We Democrats do that at our own peril. And again, I mean, this is where the Republicans have been much more responsive and given their party over to the right wing. Thanks.
I will tell you the DSA doesn't believe in seizing all means of production or eliminating markets. They want to expand organized labor, for example, and guarantee the various points that I read earlier. Universal health care, et cetera, et cetera.
Universal health care, 66% of Americans.
I know.
And that's even 41% of Republicans support that, right?
Right.
So, the big socialist Eisenhower had the top marginal tax rate at 89%. So Gary, I mean, we gotta get rid of these communists like Eisenhower. They're not great at 80.
Yeah, but remember, in life in general and in politics in particular, I believe you would probably agree that perception becomes the reality. And if the Republicans can capitalize on this and say that the Democratic Party is becoming a communist party, does that not potentially assist them in their electoral pursuits?
Can you say that again? I don't think I understood the question.
Does that not?
And in retrospect, it's too much for me to even deal with because she's like a pinball. Ball on a pinball, she just bouncing everywhere. And to me, that doesn't bring peace, or harmony, or balance, or equilibrium. She is a completely disequilibrated person that I don't want to be in the presence of. It makes me unbalanced. And so, all I'm trying to say is you have to be your middle pillar, your right pillar, your left pillar. That's what being a king, in a way, is all about, is having a focus. Hello?
I don't think it's an empathy thing. And again, I think people say socialism, right? Socialism, oh my God, socialism. And then when you ask people, do you want universal health care? You think income inequality is a big problem? You want to privatize socialism?
We are following breaking news of a deadly shooting in River North.
Let's get straight over to the city laws to figure out. I mean, I think when you go down on policy issues, I think people are probably much further left than we think. I mean, I think people play well. I don't think that's necessarily the death of.
Well, to be honest with you, our problem is not they say, what they doing. It's easy to paint a glorious plan for you, but nobody done it. If these people were gonna do it, do you think in 250 years we would be in this ground, we would be in this situation? Do you know how many businesses closed down in just the last 5 years? It's unbelievable. But who cares? You think the president picked up Mr. Trump, he called me next day, he says, hey Alan, what are you doing? How is your business? How's your life? Is your family okay? None of them, they do that. That's the problem.
Right, so the thing is, everybody comes in with their platform and everybody tries to sell their ideas to you and me, the voter. Doesn't mean that they have a ghost of a chance in getting anything through. But remain hopeful. They saw Bernie Sanders when he was running as president. He was a popular candidate when he was running for president. Notwithstanding the fact that he wasn't nominated, he was still the popular candidate. Prior to that, Ron Paul. So when I covered the Republican convention
We're following.
Oh God, what city was it? I can't even remember. I think it was in Colorado. Was that the Republican? No, that was the Democratic convention. But anyway, when I covered the Republican convention, the year that Ron Paul, when they were doing the Ron Paul Revolution kind of thing, he held a counter convention in the Cow Palace, and there were more attendees there than there were at the Republican convention, but they got no coverage. And then comes along Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side. Then comes along Donald Trump on the Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side. Then comes along Donald Trump on the Republican side with all of the populist message.
We're following.
At the time that they presented, but then, as you so correctly point out, Alan, they have great difficulty in delivering. And I'm not saying that's the fault of the singular individual running for the office. There are a lot of factors involved, but maybe it's the system. I don't know, but they never deliver. So now you got these folks that are promising all kinds of things that I don't see how they deliver it. I know Mondani said free buses. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and I see no movement toward free buses. because he can't do that on his own because the state controls the bus system in New York City. So they also,
this is we're gonna have the Ukraine war ended in 24 hours.
Exactly.
Politicians of all stripes overpromise and underdeliver. That's the nature of the job.
Well, that's the nature of the system. I don't know if it's a job. Is it their job to overpromise and underdeliver? I don't know if it's their job. I think it's a failing in our perceptions of the candidates, our expectations of the candidates, etc. But all we have is what we have in front of us. And when you're talking about eliminating borders, if you're talking, I don't know how you get to there. So why do you even bother to? I don't know. Maybe I've lost some of my optimism along the way in terms of our ability to reform what we were. I mean, look at Andrew Yang, and he wanted everybody to, he wanted some kind of universal income for everybody. I thought that sounded pretty good. I don't know if it's something that's economically feasible. He made a pretty persuasive argument that it is. I'm not an economist. I don't know whether it would really work. But at any rate, here you have these populist candidates. But I would just point out that in the case of Montgomery, I don't want to paint everybody with a broad brush. And it has nothing to do with his religion, as many people would suggest. But he's not very accommodating to his responsibility to be protective of all of his constituents, including the Jewish community, which he has shown time and again, as Alan puts out, his actions rather than words that count, that he is dismissive of the need to protect the Jews in New York City. Is he representative of the DSA? I don't know. He's the face of the DSA right now. For obvious reasons, he's the mayor of the largest city, the highest ranking elected official who is a member of the club. So it causes some of us to take pause whenever anybody mentions DSA on that issue alone. Thank you for that. Scott, we'll go to David followed by Gumby.
All right, hello. Okay. So I want to put aside what various policy disagreements many of us may have with the DSA or could have with the DSA. And I say this, being that as an independent, because there are a lot of things I didn't agree with the Tea Party, but I remember the Tea Party actually reemerged in 2007. So George W. Bush was still in office, right? When they first started their, the beginnings of the groundswell, right? They got there. And I always said, I wonder when the Democrats are going to have their Tea Party movement. And I thought it would be Occupy Wall Street, but they didn't turn out to be much of anything. It was more of a whimper that went and disappeared. But what I'm trying to understand on either side, of the aisle, in this regard, is not what you think about the policy ideas, what you think they're feasible or not feasible, is if people are coming out in a primary, in some of these primaries, obviously, and they're actually voting for them, you should actually try to figure out what it is that's going on. And one of the consistent things I've heard over the last, at least in this term of Donald Trump particularly, right? But even we can go back to Biden for other things, but in this term of Donald Trump, there's been a major sentiment by voters, particularly in the Democratic Party, thing that happened where Chuck Schumer and I think it was Maxine Waters were out there with a bunch of other people, and it just looked like, I'm going to be honest, it's just not going to happen. So there's been massive dissatisfaction among a lot of people on the left, particularly within the Democratic Party.
All right, hold on, that again. I just gotta say, if I'm known for doing things, it means I have to keep that record.
We talked about this in the past, about people dying within the walls when we get out. That whole thing, one must know when to go. That statement, like you must know when it's time to turn it over and let somebody else take it. Maybe when you were younger and you had energy, you were vibrant, you had the ideas, you really weren't trying to fight, and at some point you just got complacent, or you got bought out in some cases, by other people, and you're no longer dissatisfaction, with what is going on within the Democratic Party broadly, right? That Hakeem Jeffries is not somebody they particularly like. Chuck Schumer is not somebody they particularly like. Nancy Pelosi, my representative, is retiring. A lot of people are very happy that she's retired, that she's being gone, right? Because she was the symbol to them of some things that were quite negative, but she was going to be in there until she decided to go. So I just think that there's massive dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party at this moment, and so in certain districts where they have an opportunity, particularly where it's a Democrat district, in some of these cases they have an opportunity to put somebody new.
We are following breaking news of a deadly shooting in River North.
They go to City Quad to figure out what the information is known so far. Say, what can you tell?
You that they don't like you. They don't like this kind of person. So persons like the guy in Colorado was 20 years. The sentiment is this person was not really trying to fight for us. These are the folks there, using them, and they're going to give a shot to somebody who at least they feel like is going to go in there. They're not going to bring a knife to a gunfight. They're not going to say, I'm trying to best I can, but I can't do anything. They want somebody who they can visually see is trying to do something, trying to make change. And I think the other elephant in the room is the generational differences. By the 1980s, boomers have become the majority dominant voting bloc, or they want the highest number, but they had enough percentage that they could swing it for Republican or Democrat either way, and they could kind of make politics work in the direction that they wanted. Now it's millennial and Gen Zs. I'm a millennial, but millennial and Gen Zs, we're the ones that are the ascendant political class, and that is changing things, right? So I often say to boomers, you might want to watch out because millennial and Gen Zs are moving up, and they've got issues. And there are things that, whether or not people agree on what policy solutions are, it doesn't matter whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or whatever you identify as. There are things I talk to very conservative folks too, who are millennial or Gen Z, and they agree with this is an issue that people would be on, liberal, progressive, or leftist. My thing to the Democratic Party is that I noticed that some of the people in the center party, the Democratic Party, they're coming to the party late. What I mean is you're having some of these people saying, there's an affordability crisis. I could have told you there was an affordability crisis 17 years ago, but the mainstream of the Democratic Party wasn't something they were really out there thinking about addressing. Now they're saying, looks like there's an affordability crisis. I'm following a bunch of these people do this. Right now, that's like 15, 16, 17 years too late. It's coming too late to the party to catch up on things that have been percolating. And Scott said something that I actually did agree with. When he was talking about, the kind of people, like he said Kamala Harris, but I would go far back as to say Hillary Clinton. I would take it not just 2016. I think the lesson of the Democratic Party should have been learned when Hillary Clinton didn't come out the winner of the Democratic Party, and that was Barack Obama, a freshman senator who didn't have a whole political, career in the Senate behind him, but he did have a few years, but he didn't have enough to have any baggage or anything that you could look at or say anything like that. When people decided they would rather not go for this individual woman who happens to have been there a long time, was the first lady, could honestly say they wanted to go in a different direction. That was at least the majority of Americans who made sure that Barack Obama got the Electoral College and got in there. That was them stating that they want to change. They literally wanted to change. And I also think that that was what I would call soft populism, right? Barack turned out to be much of a populist. But I think that was like the soft, that was the lightest form. That was
we are following breaking news of a deadly shooting.
When you get Donald Trump, they're still telling you they still want change, right? And then Joe Biden is just, they need a break, right? They need a little bit of a rest in between there. And then it's Donald Trump again. Because they
the New York State Thruway decided to go up.
And I often say it's probably likely you'll get Democrats the next time, but I think it's just going to be a soft one. And then they're going to go right back. It could be a Republican, they don't think it may be a Republican next time, but it's such a soft change. So I think the party itself, the Democratic Party, is not in touch with the views of the average voting base, right? Like they're out of touch with it. And so here are some insurgent people in certain districts, right, who are coming into it. The last thing I wanted to point out, the relationship to these candidates. In San Francisco, we recently had a primary on June 3rd. And one of the candidates was a DSA candidate. His name was Saiket, right? Who was the former chief of staff to AOC. Now, he didn't win. forever, they were able to come out, in the top 10, right, to go on to move to a general election cycle, right? So that is a sign that somebody didn't win, but I just think it has more to do with he didn't play the game of the relationships in that regard. But I think at the end of the day, I think this is a wake-up call, or should be a wake-up call to the Democratic Party, that you just can't push stuff out there and say, yeah, okay, I'm gonna pivot a little bit, put this on my platform, and then when I get elected again, I'm just gonna toss that all aside, right? Because if you think that that's what they can do, and I'm saying this to the Republicans, if you think that's what you're going to be able to do, then all that's going to happen is next time, the next social democrat or next DSA person who didn't win that time, they're going to come back and they're going to win the next time. That's all I can say.
Thank you, David.
Will they win the next time?
But in competitive districts, I mean, do you think that the DSA candidate, with the platform the DSA advertises, and I was looking at their platform just a minute ago, and their stuff on borders is literally demilitarize the border and detention for people that are being held before you deport them. Don't deport anybody, and then give amnesty to everybody that's in this country in violation of Chapter 8, Section 1823 U.S. Code. Like, that to me sounds just batty. Right? Like, we're going to focus in a district against a DSA candidate, and it's not a D plus 12. I mean, do you think it'll be more competitive? I realize I probably sound passionate. I don't mean to sound overbearing. It's just, like, I've looked at their platform, and, like, some of the stuff they believe is as crazy as some of the people say Project 2025 is.
You know what? This is what I would say. I say if the people are angry enough, if they're sick enough and tired enough of the people that they've had, I think they will. I think they could come in, even if they're not going to win a general election or they don't win. If people are, because you saw this happening with the Tea Party, there were people that were elected.
Absolutely no. I meant the general. I meant, do you think they'll win generals? Not the primaries.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying with it in terms of the primary. I think that they'll win the primary. I don't know that they would win the general part of it, but I do think that they can still win at least the primary part of it because people are angry enough. The general is a whole different thing.
To steel man your point of view, the greater the wealth disparity, the greater the percentage of income that has to be given to people, the greater the percentage of your income that you have to spend on healthcare and groceries, in particular if it rises over 50%, the angrier the voters get, the more promising the DSA looks. In the same way that the angrier Republican voters got, the more promising a Donald Trump-centric platform looked. So I think that's the best thing that I give to free position.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I mean, I don't know if they did win, but like I say, anything happens. Trump won at this point, but I do think, I do think the more wealth disparity there is, the more that the politicians that the person has elected is not addressing or has not addressed the concerns. And it's not just like they just got in there. A lot of these politicians have been in there 20, 30 something years, right? So people have a long enough time to kind of figure out if they get angry enough that whether it's Republican or whether it's a Democrat in a primary, Republican in a primary, they have enough to say, you know what? We're 2 tears on a bucket. I'm just gonna throw caution to the wind because look, I'm tired of this. At the very least, they want to get that person out, right? At the end of it, they might just want to say, I want you out, right? And if they do that, because remember, even though everybody, Republicans just called Barack Obama socialist, but he wasn't obviously not in any other sense of term. But there were some Republicans who did come over and vote for Barack Obama, at least in 2008, because they wanted to send a message to the establishment of the GOP about what they were angry about, right? So sometimes that can't happen, but that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, David. I've been attacked my veracity in the chat, and I know I got in big trouble last week by referring to the chat or paying attention to the chat during our discussion here because I was being disrespectful because I was watching the chat. Remember, somebody came up on the stage and said that about me. I was being disrespectful while she was in queue
about the DSA. So I put the platform in there, self-report that I looked at the chat and I was called disingenuous for saying that the Democratic Socialists of America in general do not favor strong borders or support open borders. I forget the exact words I used at the time. I was being disingenuous. So I just want to point everyone out, because they can look this up as well, that the Socialist Forum, which is a Democratic Socialists of America publication, published this, and I'm going to just read the headline. And for those of you who want to research this further legitimately rather than to prove that Gary misled the audience here, please feel free to look it up yourself. The headline is 10 Arguments for Open Borders, the Abolition of ICE, and an Internationalist Labor Movement. So there, I did your research for you. And I only did it because, my veracity got attacked, and, when you're a journalist, what else do you have but your veracity? Thank you, David Gumby, followed by...
Thank you, Gary. I've never attacked your veracity or your sincerity. I think you have very deep sense of ethics and morals. Sometimes I've said that you are out of touch with the generation of people younger than 25, and sometimes I've said the reason you don't understand why the vast majority of young women younger than 25 support DSA and leftism is if you spend time with the daughters of your friends, you would fully understand why they do it.
When I got punched out for doing it.
Okay, well, let me...
It was a joke, ladies and gentlemen. A J-O-K-E, a joke. Go ahead, Gary.
I am not as humorous as you or as smart as you, so your jokes go over my head, and I apologize in advance. But I will say that I think this room is understating the reality. The betting sites have been very, very accurate predicting elections, and Polymarket right now is predicting that the Republicans will have a clear majority in the Senate because of the success of DSA, and also Porter ran on a platform that was very strong. Gary Goldwater said, I offer a choice, not an echo. And he wanted to highlight he's offering a clear break from the past. He's offering something very different. And that's what the young women in DSA are offering. They're offering a sea change from the politics of the old people in the Democratic Party. And I'm happy to answer your questions about that.
No, I don't see where the Polymarket is for predicting the Senate will go to the GOP because of the DSA electoral successes. Although it may be early and maybe you're predicting the predictions and you may be ahead of the curve. But from what I can see, looking right now, very quickly glancing, not a full deep research that I'm being demanded of in the chat. But in my cursory look shows that the Polymarket traders are currently favoring the Republican Party to retain control of the Senate. It goes on to show further details of the forecast, at least as best that I can see. I just want to remind everybody that Republicans will hold right now a 53-47 majority in the Senate. 22 of the 35 seats are up for grabs, but there are difficulties that the Democrats face in the red and purple states. And if I'm off on that analysis, I know Scott will jump up and correct me, and I will appreciate it if he does. But I don't know that we can necessarily say that there's a causation. But I would agree that the Republicans are and will with greater force now attempt to blur the lines between communism and socialism and attempt to suggest to the electorate that socialism is taking over the Democratic Party, even though, as Scott points out, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble getting these words out today, that is statistically not true. But as I said earlier, perceptions become the reality, don't they?
You know, I'm looking at Poly Market right now. The bet is which party will win the Senate in 2026, and it shows 57% for Republican Party winning the Senate in 2026, respectfully.
I'm not denying that. I just said that. That's exactly what I misread. But I said I was talking about the causation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure I see that here. Do you?
Well, yes, I do. And, I mean, let's put it this way, Gary. You're a humble, soft-spoken man, but you do spend a lot of time in New York City. And you, more than anyone, know that the people your age, the men who are your age who live in New York City, are all from the
Stop with the ageism already. That's your second time and the third time today that it's been suggested. Well, how is it that Bernie Sanders is, all the young people vote for Bernie Sanders? He's older than Moses. Stop with the ageism.
Again, I just wanted to
Speaking at something, just as a comment, Scott's right. Like, if I'm right, it doesn't represent most people. The Republican Party will be able to smear the Democrats with it the same way the Democrats smeared the moderates with Trump fascism and Nazism and all that other stuff.
Right, but we're not talking about. We're not about that right now, are we?
No, I know, but I'm looking at their platform. Universal suffrage, extend full voting rights to people with criminal convictions and non-citizens to establish statehood for Washington, D.C. The non-citizen part is crazy. That's nuts. We don't let non-citizens vote in federal elections. The fact that DSA wants to, this is exactly the kind of thing Republicans will use in ads to smear the Democrats.
If I was a Republican strategist, I would tell you that right now. I'd be all over it. I'd be popping the champagne over these election victories by the DSA. The more, the merrier. Because the perception becomes the reality. The Democrats can put up people like Scott all day long to say, but the statistics show it's 0.0000001%, or whatever the actual figure is. It doesn't matter. It's what it gets ingrained in people's minds. I've been doing some in-depth study of the effects of social media. What's the most effective way to get people to understand your point? So, I like to write. I'm a writer. I like to write. So I'm writing, and it was suggested to me by the younger generation that I don't listen to. It was suggested to me that I ought to do videos. So I do the videos. And more people watch the videos and read what I write, but they drop off literally seconds into watching the video. So the dopamine, I got to fix. I'm going to bring this around to about perceptions. So I went back to these young people who are experts in social media. And I said, 20-something people, ladies and gentlemen, 20-something people. I am a white male in New York City, and I actually talk to people in their 20s about this issue. And I went to them and I said, well, wait a minute, they're dropping off. And I was told, well, that's because people don't listen on videos. I said, what do you mean they don't listen? No, you told me I should go on cam and talk to the camera. Yeah, but they don't listen. You have to put text, voice to text. You have to put the text there. They'll read the text then. And make sure you put a catchy headline. What it comes down to is people read the headline and they reach a conclusion based on the headline. So if the headline is the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party, and if the headline is the socialists are communists, that's all people have to hear. That's all they have to see. They don't want to read what the analysis 15 or 20 or 30 paragraph, a 40 paragraph piece encapsulating the excellent observation intentions of Marshall Free. Well, somebody here doesn't because they said so in the chat, but I trust Gary, and so that must be true. Or if I right, the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party. Well, Baumgarten said it, so it must be true. Without reading the argumentation and dissecting it as we are here today when we have our conversations with one another, what we do here, I think, is a bit of an anomaly with regard to how social media is used when it comes to issues of great import, and that makes us an uninformed society. And then, of course, combined with the fact that those who believe that the reporters of this country are enemies of the state are winning because every day there are fewer and fewer reporters because there are more and more layoffs. We get less and less and less and less and less informed, and this is not good for our republic. William, followed by Daryl.
So the expansion of social media being delivered on platforms like Twitter and Instagram, they do get to more people if you have subtitles that go along with the spoken words, and more avenues to reach people. Help it make it easier for some people, not all people, but for some people to get the point that you're trying to make. So if it's helpful,
Do you know what the most important part of a cable news broadcast is?
The headline.
No, the lower third, they call it the lower third. Breaking news.
Oh, the chyron at the bottom.
At the bottom. Breaking news. You can have, first of all, you put good-looking people on the set. That gets people to leave their TVs on so they can glance up at those good-looking people. And they're arguing and they're talking, and some of them might have some excellent points. And there may be a great round table where people are exchanging ideas. But did you know that the majority of the people aren't listening? The volume is down on the TV. But on the bottom are those chyons which say, depending on what cable station you're looking at, the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party.
And what is that? Well, those are disinformation sometimes and talking points to mislead people, or
sometimes it's accurate. It depends on the programming of that particular network at that particular day part. But I will tell you also this. Do you know who's sitting behind the computer typing that?
I don't know, whoever was hired that person that has an axe to grind.
No. It's not somebody like me who I've been told, I'm way past my prime, but I have all this experience to bring to the table. No, those 20 years old who know nothing about politics, geopolitical issues, the nuances that we discussed today.
A person who's left, a person who's right, so you can get a good-looking guy and a good-looking girl sit next to you to offer the eye candy and
I mean that I have to have good-looking people with me in order.
I'm not saying you have to, but you're telling me that the 20-year-olds are the ones that catch the attention. I don't disagree with you. I'm very persuaded by good-looking women. That's
okay. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. The next time I do a video, I can't always have somebody available to accommodate that suggestion, but I want to accommodate that suggestion. So I'm going to buy 2 cutouts for a millennial, good-looking. Okay, so should this be just some arbitrary AI generated person, or should it be somebody that we know?
I mean, the best way to study how AI-generated figures are doing is to look on like X Hamster or something like that and see if
what's that? I have no idea what that is.
It's one of the best free porn sites.
Oh, thank you. William's so full of great information today. Okay, do you want to get serious now and talk about the topic?
Yeah, I'll get serious. So, the Democrats on the whole, maybe the margins are being taken over by socialists, but that's not the main thing. The Democrats in New York don't run the Democratic Party,
And in my party, which is the Democratic Party, I've told you before, I'm a conservative in a blue city. I'm pushing back against socialists with BS ideas that are unrealistic. Maybe sometimes I win, maybe sometimes I lose. That's the way it goes. That's the nature of having a democratic process. You're not always going to get the best decisions made, but unless you can think of a better system of getting people elected. But the fact that people are really bowled over by all these talking points where it's really selling disinformation and misinformation to divide people from one another instead of getting them to work together, that is what the Republicans are doing and what Vladimir Putin is doing to pull people apart in our country to get us to fight against each other. So, the socialists are not taking over, and if they happen to win some seats in Brooklyn or in Manhattan, so what? Most of the Democrats are spread out in a wider area than that. And yeah, are they influential? They can be, but they're not of such a mass that you have to say, oh my God, the sky is falling. You need people who are trying to push, I believe, for more centrist appealing ideas to come up with logical solutions, to come up with other programs. It will also lower the administrative costs of running the transit system. So that's a cost that didn't work, and you move on to the next election cycle. So I don't think that the party's being taken over by socialists. I think a bigger danger, that's my observation, is that the people that are supporting more right-wing ideas, like having masked men come into our streets to arbitrarily, capriciously, using profiling, using racial profiling, which the Supreme Court has blessed, to pick people out for rejection from this country, is a bigger problem. It's more of a symptom of white nationalism than it is of the socialists taking over. And I think those are really important issues because that represents a fundamental breakdown of the ideas of liberal democracy and having people, get real warrants to enter people's homes and search their personal effects, and not having masked men that hide their identity from the public barge in to interfere with people's rights without due process. That's more of a fascist move, and that I think is more damaging to the fabric of society. And you need Democrats and Republicans to work together. The ones that are moderate, the people of Minnesota are not some crazy. I went to college in Minnesota. These were normal people. I went to McAllister College and studied, cultural anthropology before I went to law school. These were not crazy people. These are nice people that want to make their communities better. But just because they don't agree with the right-wing ideals and they push back against warrantless searches and seizures and push back against undue violence by unidentified police officers that are cosplaying at best. Gestapo, it's a cosplay, okay, but it sends a bad message. That's not what their platform says. Their platform says things like no deportation, no holding people in containment while you process them. So let me answer that. So the people and citizens vote. That stuff is first of all crazy. Non-citizens are not voting. That's a talking point. Non-citizens are not in federal elections. Advertise it in their platform, which is a nuts thing to advertise. They can say it, but they're not. The people who are saying
saying
amnesty for everyone who has broken the law. That's not amnesty.
Well, Ronald Reagan gave amnesty.
That's not amnesty if you got here 10 years ago. That's amnesty if you
Ronald Reagan said immigrants make this country, and Ronald Reagan Republicans.
Point saying you can wantonly violate U.S. law as your first.
Well, did Ronald Reagan violate U.S. law?
That's not the point.
Ronald Reagan gave broad amnesty.
Don't do this thing where you shift it back on the Republicans. That's not the point. The point is the DSA is advertising things that are crazy. They don't represent moderate Democrats in any way, shape, or form.
That's right, and they're not listened to. They are not
for the wings of people who vote.
They are not the majority of the party.
It is nuts.
They're not the people that are saying things that you are objecting to are not looking to the law and the subsections in the majority of the Democratic Party.
They're saying it, and they're advertising it as a political position to get themselves elected into office so they can try to do that stuff once they're elected.
All right, but a lot of politicians say, like they're going to lower the price of eggs, and they're going to give all these kind of benefits that don't show up.
Foundation, and if you want to know what Republicans believe, you should look at the platform for the Republican Party, of the National Republicans and of the state Republicans.
I'm trying to say,
25 doesn't describe the Republican Party.
It may not describe it, but what the people see as the message is the overt act.
I can go to their platform and read that they want to get in.
People are not looking at their platforms.
Yesterday, that's a problem. It's a giant problem.
Look, Donald Trump won the first time with no platform.
As the people who proposed Project 2025, they're both equally nuts.
Well, I don't know that you need to both sides. The people are seeing the effects of Project. The people are seeing the outcome of Project 2025. When you have
each party want to do crazy things.
When you have people that are coming into the streets of a blue city, and that's where they're doing it, and terrorizing people, that sends the message of Project 2025 more than what they're not reading the laws and the platform. They're seeing the message.
Time out. I cannot follow this conversation because you guys are talking at the same time. I cannot follow the conversation. Now I understand, as has been pointed out to me.
I'm sorry.
I'm an old guy, and because I'm an old guy, shame on me, I can't understand the conversation. I'm over the hill. Do we have 20-year-old people who want to take over the critical thinking forum? Please.
Don't take it so personally, because life is not a popularity contest.
William, I'm not taking it personally. I'm being sarcastic.
All right, just checking.
Right, evolved. Not only do I have to explain my jokes, I gotta explain my sarcasm. Daryl followed by
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
I do. Somebody's.
Somebody's mic is open. Yeah, I think that's Alan's.
I'll fix it. Go ahead. I'll fix it while you're talking.
So I'm actually, I came over here to Jersey. I'm in downtown Newark, Ironbound, Little Brazil. And I'm
Portugal.
hanging out.
Little Portugal.
And Little Brazil. Somewhat. But I'm hanging out watching World Cup. So I came up to kind of echo what Marshall said and to what David had said earlier. And Marshall brought up a point. It is demonstrably true that whenever there is a wealth gap that widens and widens in this particular country and in other societies, you see a rise in socialist ideas. We saw it during the Gilded Age. We saw it right after World War II, when a lot of industrialists, particularly in defense contracting and all these other things, started getting wealthy. We started to see more labor unions. What frustrates me is that we have these conversations and we know that history tells us exactly what's going to happen, and yet no one actually seems willing to do anything about it. And before someone says, well, what can I do? You can be part of a movement to tell your elected officials, this has to change. Or if we look at history, everything collapses. I told Scott and Marshall as well, I'm going down to South Carolina next month. There's this guy, he builds these underground bunkers. And he said he's gotten more for these underground bunkers in the past 8 months than he's gotten in the past 8 years.
Did I interview them?
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. Even though you didn't invite me to a beautiful Portuguese restaurant in the Ironbound section, watch the World Cup with you. I will hold that again.
It's because you're going to work. You're going to work.
Well, Newark is closer to work than where I'm living now, so, I mean, we could have worked something.
I got you. Drinks on me. I promise. But to David's point, so there's what's known as the PCE. It's the Personal Consumption Expenditure Index. People are spending less money. It's because people have less money for personal consumption. Fewer people are going to the movies. Fewer people are doing all these other things that people do after they pay their rent and their bills. And yet, for some reason, inflation seems to be very stubborn. So people are spending less money, but inflation seems to be holding where it is. You can't really figure it out economically, but something's going to happen soon. And we know from history that we have to do something. We have to collectively decide we're going to do something about this, or we're just going to let it all go to hell. Because history tells us that when this happens, if there is not a corrective measure, meaning like after World War II, establishment of more labor unions, if there's not a corrective measure that happens, people just get angry. People don't want to participate. There's an entire generation who watch their parents put the keys on the counter and walk out of their homes during the mortgage meltdown. These kids that might have been 10, 9 and 10.
Oh yeah, they just put the keys in the kitchen and be like, hey, Dr. Bank, enjoy the house, Mr. Bank. Here's the keys. Take care now.
Accounts managed by me. I can do better in the private market, even if I just went totally conservative on what my money was doing. I can do better in the market than I can do with the government managing them. But you can't say these things because everyone has their hot button topics that sends them off emotionally as opposed to actually saying, hey, let me think about this. Let me ask myself, what does this mean? We have to do something about the wealth gap because the guy down there, he says everyone who has ordered a bunker that he's going to have to spend the next 2 years building are all plus millionaires. And so we have to do something about this.
Survival of the fittest. And in our society, the fittest are the wealthy.
But it doesn't have to be this way. There's nothing that says this has to be this way.
Well, no, nothing says that it has to be. No, nothing said that we have to have two parties running our political system in the United States. But it is what it is. Who's winning, by the way, Daryl?
Oh, I stepped out. Wouldn't it be survival of the fittest if you were like a billionaire to say, hey, history tells us this is going to happen. So if I have to cut my share by a percentage that I would probably not really notice in life, and ask a buddy to cut his share, ask someone else to cut their share, sacrifice a little to keep the game going. Because we need to keep the game going.
Yeah, Daryl, there was an article written about 10 years ago. It was called The Pitchforks Are Coming. And it's about this very subject. I'll find it and send it to you.
You send that to me. And Gary, what I was going to say is, your comment about, you said something about, pundits. There was an article I sent it to Marshall and Scott
but Columbia School of Journalism, they did this article, and they said that you started to see more lawyers doing news commentary when the 24-hour news cycle began. And so the position that was made was, are you getting news, or are you having positions argued to you by lawyers?
No, okay, let me tell you that when I went to work for CNN, CNN had this bureau in New York City where they, we were on 8th Avenue between 33rd and 34th Street, kitty corner to Penn Station and Madison Square Garden. Beautiful location. And in front of the building, there was what they have here called here NYP parking for New York press. And you have to be a credentialed, of course, a reporter. And then you could get, even if you live in New Jersey, you could get license plate that start with the letters NYP, and that allows you to park in New York press parking spots. And there were 6 or 7 or 8 cars, SUVs, all lined up in front of the building. And crews, 2 people each, for each of those vehicles. And they would be dispatched to cover this, they'd be dispatched to cover that, they'd be dispatched to cover another thing. Today, CNN does not have a bunch of crews running around the largest city in the United States. They have a crew or 2 on talking heads on the screen, so-called experts, and some of them are, to discuss issues rather than actually going out or outside of the Pentagon now looking in, but still covering the Pentagon. And they are, who have told them. People on Capitol Hill have told them. People at the Pentagon have told them, etc. They do still do that, but it's no longer cost effective for these cable networks, and they have learned that the controversy of the talking head argument, such, I'm sure there are people who enjoyed hearing the back and forth between Marshall and William, because there are a lot of people who really gravitate to that. My understanding is, I'm not a Clubhouse user, but my understanding is, other than, as a host for this show, but my understanding is that that's pretty much the norm in a lot of the rooms on Clubhouse, where people... I didn't see that you were here.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Daryl, one of the things that changed it for lawyers and the media was actually journalists' side, especially with Court TV, was paying good money, and people started developing their careers in that direction as that became more popular. But even if you think about it, the majority of our legislature is made up of lawyers. Most people in government have a good percentage of a law background. But with respect to lawyers on TV, as reporters, they still, as long as they're licensed, they still have ethical considerations and boundaries and guardrails, other the rules in their state with regarding what they can say and can't say on the air. Obviously, they don't have any backing in law, or in fact, they can't say, and they're a violation of
with your position, as opposed to, there was something that if you actually just want news, you can watch your local news. If you want to, and again, this is something that came out of local journalism, if you want to, unfortunately, like you just said, they didn't want the ad in Court TV. Maybe they liked it because it became so adversarial. And since it's OTT, people just go back and forth without consideration for what is true. And I think as a society, we've moved far away from what is true, as opposed to what I call the guy from Britain who has that really popular podcast on YouTube. He just literally lets people go back and forth. And somebody did his name, but it's like, no one is actually saying, okay, what is going to equate to so many dollars. And I just think it's just not good. It's not good for us as a society, but it seems to be what society wants, or at least some segments of society, if that makes making money. And that's why I'm always saying follow the money.
Okay, I'm gonna cut it off because there are a bunch of people in queue and we only have.
Hello. Yeah, I think that establishment democratic politics are sort of captured right now, and I feel the same way or similar way about Republican establishment politics. But I was watching something very how do you call this by I'm not sure if it was Hassan Pike or somebody on the far left, and they basically said that they have a plan in every district, in every election, that the establishment democratic politicians will either go their way and capitulate to the leftist or democratic socialist politics, or they will have them lose. They'll either have them lose to Republican, or they will have them lose to a person that they replaced them with, but they will be replaced. And so far, after watching that, all of the special elections and whatever have been going on, it has been true. And I think that the establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats should be aware that the parties are being eaten from within, from outside, right?
Thank you for that shot. We'll go to David, followed by Agent.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, there's a lot of great comments in the room today. I think if we look at how, the campaign's gone, I mean, we had AOC and Bernie Sanders coming to Colorado, talking their, big game about the oligarchs, the 1%, controlling the planet, and we need to make changes, big changes, right? You see one of these candidates who got dispatched out of her lawyer for writing anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian commentary, and was unwilling to take it down. She's since now working as a barista as well as going to grad school, talking about the candidate Malad. She dispatched a more established Democratic candidate. So I think the voters are saying, you've allowed this guy to get in this office, Donald Trump, who's attacked all things our interests, and you guys aren't doing anything about it. The guy Bennett who lost was backed by, I believe, Michael Bloomberg to the tune of $5 million. And so that doesn't resonate with these candidates, particularly it doesn't resonate with these constituents, these voters who want to see change. They want to see the representatives going to Capitol Hill and fighting for their interests and taking on Donald Trump and not cozying up to the policies and some of the decisions that he's making, which many of them have done that and have not defended their interests. You can take Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, who have not really done a good job of defending their interests. So this is what we're getting. And of course, Mondami took his experiment to the highest level, largest city in the nation, financial center of the world, and then dispatched 3 other candidates with his back candidates with his rhetoric and talking points. So is this good for our politics? Is this good for the two-party establishment? Some say yes, some say no. Some say that we're seeing a reversion to a type of politics that isn't going to win the middle, and that the Democrats are sowing their destruction by not having more of a platform that includes some of these other voices. And then, of course, the right's going to say, this is not what we want as Americans, and so now the middle ground folks, they're going to have to pick a side. And I think ultimately, if I were to be a betting man, they're not going to choose this very fringe left side that is currently seeing some victories right now. I don't think it's an approach that carries the whole nation forward. I think it does well in certain more blue states like Colorado, Washington, California, New York. But as a whole, I don't think it saves the nation from the very fringe politics that we're under assault with. So
No, because the DSA itself is on the fringe. Yes, exactly. The DSA of its own party. Well, they're on the wing. I believe they would identify. They vote with Democrats. I don't know what DSA members that identify themselves as Democrats, if that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Then, I think the middle voices of America, where politics are headed, Scott likes to talk about we need more candidating, and then you're waking up to the fact that their interests aren't being met either by this Project 2025, the massive tax cuts that have been erected. I mean, they've been winning on social policy, but not necessarily on economic policy. So if we vote our pocketbook and we vote what's been happening in this country, I think those should be a strong Democratic showing in the midterms, but not if we were to look at what these kind of isolated wins are about.
Thank you, David. Agent, followed by El Normal.
Hi, Gary, it's good to be here. Can you hear me? I think my signal's a little weak.
Yep, loud.
Great. Look, I'm going to make a similar point to the one I made maybe last week or something. I think a similar topic came up. If you look at the Gini coefficient now, we're basically at a very similar level. We're into a worse level than we were at the Gilded Age, which is like the most unequal time in our history.
Today is greater than it was during the Gilded Age.
Oh, there you go. So we're already
14.
There we go. Thank you, Marshall. So we're 10 years past that, and it's only accelerating, right? I mean, it's just inevitable. There's going to be some, we're about to be in the AI, we're presently in some ways in the middle of the AI, apocalypse. Look across, if you look across different industries, look at driving, for instance. My car drives itself. Very few people have self-driving cars, but we're getting, and I have to monitor it, but, in 10 years, it'll be the majority of cars are self-driving, and you won't even need to monitor it. Cybercabs are about to roll out. You have Waymos, you have all these things. Now, how many people are employed just driving? How many millions of jobs are just that? I mean, you could go down the list of industries. Even my own industry.
And how does that relate to the top?
Oh, well, sorry, I don't mean to belabor it. It relates to the topic because inequality and unemployment, these things give people a natural political incentive to vote for who's going to feed me, right? The DSA is very openly, they're very happy to redistribute, to use authoritarian means to, steal property from anyone who has any property at all, and redistribute it to those who they deem worthy or those who don't have property. This completely screws up a lot of economic incentives. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons why we have the system that we have, but once it becomes too out of balance, there's a natural force for anyone who gets a vote, who's actually the pitch force or whatever, if you don't have the vote, you die. So I'm going to say the same thing as before. He was out there in 2020, and he was trying to ring the alarm bell about everything that's happening, and that
he was trying to promote a universal basic income, which is absolutely completely.
Is exactly why the DSA.
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. Mandatory spending makes up about $2.5 or $3 trillion out of a $7 trillion federal budget. You would need at least double or triple that amount of money to do UBI. We're at 101% debt to GDP ratio.
Right.
The idea that you could spend $9 to $12 trillion a year and get away with it and still be the strongest country in the world is insane. And not even remotely truthful.
Thanks, Marshall.
It's lying to people.
Right. Well, lying to socialist lying in very many ways in any type of prosperity. Yes, they are poison, economic poison, political poison. They're certainly to the enemy of. You talk about the top most powerful nation in the world. Forget that, right? These people are going to, they want to destroy Israel. They want to declare war on Israel, you know. They want to dismantle the empire. But you should expect more of this. You should expect this to continue to grow.
No, what I should expect is if the government can't answer questions like healthcare and food, that sentiment will continue to grow. If the government and the citizens can figure out a way to answer that quandary, then that issue will calm itself and always has in the American systems.
Okay, Marco. Well, I hope I want to be as optimistic as are. Oh, I'm sure we can just answer some questions about food. Then, you know, we don't have to worry about this anymore. Everyone's just going to vote for D or R, you know, and the old school D, mainstream D. Everyone pro-Israel from now on. If you just answer the question about food, I'm sure you're right. Thank you.
Thank you. And Norm, I think we still have a few seconds left, a couple minutes. You get the final.
Norm.
Whoopsie. I think there's I forgot to unmute because this is my first day on Clubhouse, as you know. All of this wealth inequality stuff is, I think it's a deliberate distortion of reality. So here's a few thoughts for you. Unemployment reached 10% under Barack Obama, and at its lowest point, it was 4.7%. That was what Obama achieved. What is unemployment under Donald Trump? 4.3%. Lower than the lowest point under Obama. So this whole idea of wealth inequality and people can't eat, and people don't have money for help. Listen, we voted for Obama. He chose to give us health care instead of working unemployment. And apparently, according to what he said in this room, he achieved neither.
I don't think we've been talking about Trump. Particularly in the room, we've been talking about the DSA.
Understood. I'm talking about socialism as a response to Donald Trump. And I'm pointing out that's a fair administrations such as Barack Obama's. I got a bunch of other points to make about this. By the way, Trump was a change election. They voted for change. I want to mention a few more things. No, socialism is not historically inevitable. In fact, it's a 19th century creation, which really didn't get rolling until the beginning of the 20th century. And it ended in disaster. Socialism, communism ended in more human death than any other movement or religion in human history. And socialism was kind of an ideology and a religion. By some estimates, 80 to 100 million dead between the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union. Moreover, the French Revolution culminated in horrible, horrendous, bloody disaster. People literally guillotining each other, and then they went back to a monarchy in the personage of Napoleon Bonaparte. So it didn't work out all that well. This is not real socialism that they're promoting. This is some weird pseudo-socialism, some elite socialism. You may be surprised to learn of the billionaires behind this elitist Mamdani's campaign. After all, he's a very privileged person, the son of a famous filmmaker and a successful person.
You're absolutely right. I hate to break you off on a role that I agree with, but we are out of time. Gotta go. By the way, the DSA used to be Zionist favorable. I don't know what happened to them along the way. Somebody's going to have to educate me on how that changed.
They lost their minds, Gary.
Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. We will not be here this Friday, however, for the 4th of July holiday, which I will be celebrating, even though Donald Trump is president of the United States, although I've been admonished on Facebook, we can't celebrate. We can't celebrate the 250th anniversary of this country because Donald Trump is president. But I am going to defy these people, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to stand up for America, and I'm going down to New York Harbor to view the tall ships. We are here Monday through Friday, 5 o'clock New York Time, so till 5 o'clock New York Time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and be well.
Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips, just completely relaxing. And your full attention, both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms. And on up into your upper arms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensation slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number deeper, deeper, down, 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 down. Number 2, deeper, deeper, 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deeper. 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and the quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I am quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow. Stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words, quietness of spirit, are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words, quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear the suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as you're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. Recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body, created by stored up energy within my nervous system. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I cannot change, and I change the things I can. In every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this program, the words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic. Everyone in it. Everyone in it. I have the courage. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta proceeds deep to sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you'll continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time, and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice, and breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body, and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time, moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips, just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice. As the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine. Now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you were going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And your body is relaxed, relaxed, relaxed. And your mind is relaxed as you cross over into sleep. A peaceful, relaxing sleep. Peaceful, relaxing sleep. And you're at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. A deep, peaceful, harmonious sleep. Sleep. And you're going to sleep. And as you do, you accept the suggestions you hear. You accept the suggestions you hear. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And the suggestions become your reality. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desires. You do. You accept this. You accept the suggestion. You accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. A quietness of spirit now permeates your system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. Experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all one can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. And experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing the quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice and breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body. And feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. Relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your fingers of both of your hands. Relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms. Relaxing your forearms. And on up into your upper arms. Relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura to the sound of my voice. Vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you were going down. Number 6. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep, and you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace, in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting this now while I'm quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity, 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 negativity As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words quietness of spirit are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness, when I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. The world and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. A quietness of spirit now permeates all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept who I am. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, and in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first-stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heel, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relax forearms. On up into your upper arms. Just relaxing your upper arms.
Oh, this is not like show you from your rabbis where this thing is. Come on.
This is not what it show me. Then show me.
So are we gonna do this again? Do you know how many times we've done this?
I've never seen this. Maybe you can educate me.
No. Yeah. I mean, like, it's in a political system. What are you talking about? It is in a political system. The shapeshifters, I told you that my word for misery derives from the word for light. Right? Like, it's that bad. And then Daniel actually talks about, Prophet Daniel talks about how bad misery is. It's like the equivalent of rape because of dribble. I don't even have to get into the Talmud. Shapeshifters, right?
Did you know?
So many of them, is Ahmad Ashara willing to do as any other nations did to get the sovereignty of Syria back, given the fact that the Golan Heights belongs to Syria, but for some reason, Ethno supremacy fascist regime of Israel took over your land? Does he have any plan to get that land back? I don't think so. Because Syria obviously is depleted. You're not getting back to it. I'm shutting the room.
I never do. I never shut the room or put people down.
Have fun. See what we get out of this one today.
Okay.
Rafi, Buttercup thinks you guys are all her people, so she's reliable.
Except Rob, come on.
No, you're
killing me.
I've heard you say it. It's fine. Please don't.
You've moved up so much in that community. I'm so proud of you, Buttercup.
Yeah, Buttercup.
Because what? Would you say I do what in the community?
Your people have accepted you.
Yeah, your people have accepted.
I know. I've gained a mod in fucking War Room. What would BB have to say?
Oh, wait, Steve.
I think he's in trouble with his wife, I heard. So he can't go online anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just saw him a few days ago.
Wait, really? He's in trouble with his wife?
No.
That's a rumor.
Oh, that's not good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to start a rumor.
I don't wish
I think he's in trouble with her.
If he needs marriage advice, Rafi, just tell him that I can help.
No marriage advice. It's nothing to do with some other shit that's popping off right now. Yeah. Over 15, 16 years.
Oh wow, so you know each other off the app.
Well, yeah. Surprisingly, we grew up in the same area. Moved, and we found out that we moved to the same area too. We randomly found out.
Well, Dad.
What a surprise. Jews grew up together and then moved, and then all of a sudden the same neighborhood.
No, we moved a distance from each other, well, from our old area, and yeah, we're about the same area. It's quite funny.
What's he like in real life?
No matter how far you go, you treat your own community.
He's a Jew. What do you want? How is
he like bombastic, or is he like actually pretty quiet in real life? Is he introverted?
No. He's got bumps.
Oh, okay.
Bumps in real life.
You've seen them? Good back close.
His brother even bigger. Surprisingly.
Damn.
Well, back in the day. I don't know about today, but back in the day, I think BB has a bigger one than him. But his brother.
He's married though.
He is?
Yeah, just saying he's married.
Who are you saying that to? Me?
No, I'm just joking.
Apropos topic. No one was.
I was waiting for you for that.
He's married twice. It's his second wife, right? We know about his 10 kids and his 2 wives. We know everything.
It is a second. I don't know if it's a second or third.
No, interesting.
Or sorry, third baby mama.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have family, Rafi?
We do.
Nice. Good for you. How do they feel about your being on Clubhouse all day?
They don't mind, as long as I bring the paycheck.
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess you live in Toronto then. Your neighbors with Benny Adam.
No. I'm closer to Drake.
Oh, okay.
Closer to that area.
Anyway, so today in our room today, Rafi, we were talking about the top negotiator for the hostages, who today, in an interview, says that he spoke about how this sort of myth of a complete victory has sort of, and how the government has rejected many, many hostage deals in favor of partial deals so that they could continue the war. I don't know, did you see that clip or did you
I
miss
did
it?
not see that clip, but again, everything's easier said after the fact. They can say anything they want after the fact.
Fair enough, but in the moment, people were already saying it. That's the thing.
I understand. People are, again, listen, the start of conspiracy, it starts from something truthful and then it fucking gets exaggerated.
But in the moment, the hostage negotiators and UFOs and the people who were running the war.
It's easier said after the fact than why wasn't it said?
We're not talking about after the fact. We're saying in the moment they were saying it.
As you were losing the debate with Adam.
What's up, North?
Yo, what's up? I'm hearing good things about this room. Buttercup and so
I have Buttercup on it here for fairness. We wanted to see how fair we can go with this.
She is such a fair maid.
I gave her a mod.
Why isn't she here anymore?
She's gonna come back.
I think you should bring her up again because you cannot debate with her. You should bring Buttercup again.
I don't know, she keeps going somewhere.
I think she should join the IRGC. She's perfect for that.
If she joined it, it will be better for you. That she will damage you more as she damage Rafi in this debate.
No. I have Buttercup here. He's good. Why is Buttercup in the other?
Lauren, did you recruit Buttercup?
No, I was in the other room with El Normo, but the African.
Someone kicked me, Rafi. I think it was Glow. So did you kick me? No, she didn't. Can you please? I want to hear Soren. That wasn't even here, Butter.
I'm right here. I hate the Jews.
But Daniel's sleeping.
I hate the Jews.
Hold on, Norm, 1 second. How can you get kicked if you came back in Glow? Buttercup.
What do you mean?
You can't come back into the room.
No, I got kicked off the stage because I was a mod.
Bit of a liar.
I was in the middle of talking and then I got booted off the stage and you weren't paying attention.
I'll be fair.
Rafi, what the fuck?
Don't worry about it. I'm being fair. I want equality.
We gotta have a conversation. It can't just be an echo chamber, right?
I want equality.
He wants a real back and forth. Where's the equality for your sister, Rafi?
Yeah, this is gonna turn into a shit show, guys.
Not necessarily. How about that peace plan with Lebanon, Fadi? Is that wonderful or what?
She was trying to talk to me.
Oh my goodness.
How about that?
Are you done? Are you done defending Epstein or?
No, the peace plan. Who do it?
Are you? So you're over the being an Epstein apologist?
No, but how can
are you? You're not over it. Okay.
Did you kick me?
How about that peace plan with Lebanon?
It is looking. Rafi, did you hear about this? What do you think of Norm being an Epstein apologetic? I tried to get him to admit that Epstein was a pedophile, and he refused to admit it.
I don't have to admit somebody else's crime. Let's go back to
What do you think? What do you think? I'm asking Rafi what
I
he
have
thinks.
no opinion. To be honest, I didn't read none of the Epstein files myself.
Me neither.
I don't know where it actually says what equals it.
We were talking about how he was soliciting money.
Exactly.
They were months.
Because they were muzzies, that's why.
Soliciting a little girl.
What do you mean?
Our Green from New York, we heard it.
I know he's dead. Did you back the light? Are you one of
I would like to focus on. I would like to focus for a moment. I would like to focus on. I would like to focus for a moment.
Yes.
No,
I mean, you haven't come to many of my rooms, so how would you know that?
The deal is that Nora Green spent 30 minutes defending Epstein. 30 minutes.
No.
30 minutes.
You're annoying because I just asked you a question and you couldn't answer my question.
Because I don't know who everyone and no one is.
No, actually, Shapeshifter, what he said,
Hold on, is Shapeshifter fucking the one that lied?
Yes, he's a big liar. A big liar. And he's a Jew hater.
And this sort of person is defaming Norm. That really bothers me.
Yeah, guys,
Nobody said anything about the Holocaust.
everybody relax. Everybody relax.
They would not comment.
Okay, we have a fucking rule in this room. We have one mic policy, okay? So we're gonna speak one mic. Nobody go off their fucking mics. We're gonna give it to Buttercup. She started the conversation. If you guys want to rebuttal it, you guys can rebuttal it. Okay? We're gonna do it fair. Buttercup, the floor is yours.
Are we going back to the old topic about the
I don't know.
negotiators?
I think you want to trigger the room. The floor is yours.
All right, so we were in the middle of sharing a clip. There was the top lead negotiator for the hostages in Israel. How they, he basically disclosed today that there were multiple partial, complete deals that would have released the hostages earlier in the war and spared many of their lives. But the government rejected it in favor of partial deals because they wanted the war to continue, right? And so that's what we were talking about. And Rafi pointed out, hindsight is always 20/20, right? It's easier to play Monday night football or whatever. Like you can always quarterbacking or whatever. You can, in retrospect, you can always say we should have, woulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? However, in the moment when these deals were being proposed, I think it was like a year into the war when they were going to sign a deal to release many of the hostages. Military top brass and intelligence top brass and the negotiators were sounding the alarm that they were close to a deal, and then Ben-Gvir and Smotrich went out of their way to sabotage it, and the government decided in the last hour to move the needle. So they had certain war goals, and they changed.
Murder by these deranged debauched terrorists.
I'm blaming them for sabotaging deals that could have spared them from these deranged
Maybe that wasn't a deal that they wanted.
They did want it though, and well, that's what I'm saying. The news today, El Normo, the news today is that the hostage negotiators are saying they had a deal, and that Israel and that Netanyahu's leadership sabotaged it in favor.
Right?
There was a complete deal. There were multiple complete deals that were proposed that would release all the hostages.
I didn't say it's complete or not. By the way, didn't Trump get the hostages out?
The deal that they got out was the exact same deal they would have gotten a year ago at a lower cost.
No, because Hamas had to disarm according to the Trump deal. Remember?
So, except they haven't disarmed, right?
They didn't. Well, now we've taken almost 75% of Gaza, so yes, 75% of them are disarmed.
The disarming had to do with ending the war. It had nothing to do with releasing the hostages. They couldn't free the hostages
from the 20-point deal.
Well, so shut up for a second. No, the top negotiator who represented the hostages, who was involved in all of the talks, claims that there was deals on the table to release all of the hostages that the government refused. Why? What was their justification? Because they needed to continue the war. They couldn't do that if the hostages were released. No, they sacrificed the hostages to continue the war.
No, it's because we let Hamas stay in power.
But they did. Hamas is still in power.
Hamas is not in power. Hamas is finished. They're surrounded. By the way, is this before or after we took Rafah, Buttercup?
You think that Alright, Nora was just gonna interrupt, so I don't know what you're doing.
If you want a topic where El Normal is a bit more passionate, you might try Epstein.
Epstein?
He's very
Rafi, am I allowed to discipline El Normal? Rafi, please check your bag. Rafi, may I discipline El Normal? Can I put him in timeout?
No, we're not going to discipline Normal knows to behave.
Rafi, can you check your back channel, please?
Send me text message. I don't see nothing in the back channel.
No, but Buttercup is preventing Brett from coming in.
Oh
yeah, just block him. I can unblock him if you want.
We need everybody to be in Buttercup. We need a fair debate.
Yeah, no worries. I'll unblock Brett.
We don't punish people here. We just control.
No, this is an old block. I forgot about it.
Again, I just say we control people.
Nope,
we don't punish people.
Buttercup, you don't have to do that.
I don't want. As
your counsel, you don't have to do anything.
Thanks.
Hold on. I'm just saying, Buttercup. If you want it to be modded, you better not have a big blacklist. I let everybody in.
I have a small blacklist and Brett is on it. That's all.
Okay, don't have a big blacklist.
Because you hate Jews, right, Buttercup?
Is
that true?
The pretty nice guy. How did he earn the Buttercup block?
Want to kill them?
Buttercup. How did he earn the Buttercup block?
Just for being dumb.
Because he's a Jew.
Yeah, I'm black.
Holy crap. You wanted to violently discriminate the state of Israel?
Okay. First of all, there's gonna be none of that shit again. When people get out of line, we will push you. I try not to put anybody in the audience because I can't control people on the stage. Everybody's a fucking grown-ass man or a grown-ass woman that should have some etiquette and know to fucking have a discourse. Okay? We're gonna have normal conversation, one mic at a time, no trolling each other. You guys can continue.
Well, my ass is fully grown, but it's a little rumbling.
Alright.
But I just was wondering, can we get a room reset, bro?
Yeah, no problem. Buttercup, did you unblock them?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
I think we're talking about the peace deal with Lebanon.
No, we're talking about the Epstein.
What would you like to say about it?
First off, we haven't talked on top of the room. Zionism right to defend or ethnic cleansing?
It's just not a coherent topic, though.
I know. Of course
it's not a sentence. It's not like grammatically correct. Al is a journalist. You should know better. Al Normal.
Well, I didn't write it, but I understand it. Maybe your English isn't so hot. So,
Zionism rights to defend?
Yes, does Zionism embody Israel's right to defend itself, or does Zionism constitute...
Oh, okay. It's kind of cryptic, but I hear what you're saying. Thank you, Al Normal.
Just in one simple sentence.
Okay. Thank you for filling in the gaps. Normal.
There wasn't any gap, but I'm happy to explain.
Rafi, I think I remember why I blocked Brett, which is that he yells Judenrat for like hours without letting me speak. So if he does that, can I put him in timeout? Not kick him, just in timeout.
Buttercup. Do that, yes.
You wanted Ambrose, Buttercup. You wanted Ambrose, and then she went on screaming and going all schizo again. So.
Okay, go on. Let's water under the bridge, okay?
I will deal with Brent.
I think one of the spokesperson said that Hamas cannot be defeated because it is an ideology, which is Daniel Hagari, who said itself.
We just have to take their guns away. By the way, I heard today that Hamas said that there were 50,000 terrorists killed by the IDF in the war, which is a revised number. That would lower the ratio to 1 to 1. The most humane army in military history.
what I'm doing.
Would you like some cigar, amigos? Stop being racist. Legalize
Yeah, no, stop being racist.
fighting is not a crime.
Racist.
Okay, guys, I want to answer the question of the title question. Rafi, everyone needs to be serious, right? Alright, we're gonna mute you. Sorry, he's giving permission. First warning is a mute for 5 minutes.
Let's talk some Farsi.
I wanna answer the question, the title question, Rafi.
Oh, well,
Can I answer it?
no.
Okay, so I think that I am still, as an anti-Zionist Jew, I am still ambivalent about whether Zionism was doomed to fail to begin with, or it morphed into something supremacist. If it was inevitable that it would become the supremacist genocidal entity, or if there was hope, there was an idealistic Zionism that could have been salvaged at one time. And I want to kick off the question to say, was Zionism doomed from the start to turn into this genocidal supremacist thing, or was there an idealistic version of it that could have been sustained? Who wants to take the
What was in the heart?
Zionism, Buttercup. Why don't you tell the room what it means?
What was in the heart?
I'm referring to you, Buttercup.
What was in the heart?
Tell them what Zionism.
Al, it's not your normal, it's Shape's turn.
Yeah.
No, I asked you a question before we started speaking.
Shh.
No.
You're gonna go next. It's gonna be Shape and then normal, okay?
I asked you a question. I want to respond.
I want to hear your question after Shape, okay?
You're asking the same question, so just let one of you do it.
Yes. Okay. Well, it seems that in the heart of Theodore Herzl was the displacement of Palestinians. If you read his diaries.
Okay, fair. I didn't read his diaries.
I don't know why you.
I'm sure you can provide.
But what is it?
The women are speaking.
Alright,
The women are speaking.
That's mute number 2, the third mute, you go in timeout, okay, El Normo?
No, I thought he was done now.
Epstein.
No, it's not. It was a misunderstanding, so shut up.
Do you want to define Zionism? I keep asking you.
Guys, shapeshifter, stop instigating. No. Stop being like re-instigating. That's gonna happen.
Stop disrupting.
Yeah, just
Let Shape finish his question. Go ahead. So Theodore Herzl, you claimed wanted to displace Palestinians. Okay, I don't know that that's true, but if it is Shape, then I would argue that when Israel was founded, there were many different strains and interpretations of Zionism. Some that did include the Palestinians and some that excluded them, right? And the one that won out was the one that was the supremacist one, right?
Yes.
The strain of Zionism.
I'll go get you the
But I'd love to read it because I actually hadn't seen those quotes. So.
Yeah.
But why would one guy's diary somehow indicate anything except for one guy's thoughts?
Well,
Weird.
except that it's played out into genocide and ethnic cleansing over you.
How was it played out? He died before the state of Israel was formed.
Right. So the question we're evaluating, Normo, is whether or not it was doomed to evolve into something genocidal and supremacist or not.
You said it just like less than 5 minutes ago. Why didn't you give us the definition of Zionism, which I asked for in the first place? Is that reasonable?
I didn't hear you. Okay.
Yes, you did.
So it depends who you ask. It depends who you ask. I'll answer the question.
You.
I'm going to answer.
Great.
So there's 2 different common definitions of Zionism. The way you probably assume define it like you.
About me. Just read it from a book or a definition.
So the classic definition that modern Western Jews use is, Jews' right to exist in their historic homeland or whatever. But many of us Jews, people like me who grew up Zionist, right, with Zionist families and Zionist homes, we were taught about Zionism more as a historical movement that founded the state, and it was this magical, euphoric time in our history, and then it was over. And then the state exists on its own, and it evolved the way it evolved, and has not much to do with